All right. Oh, that is way not synced up. 1 second, folks. Let's get this camera back on track here, huh? Let's bring it in line with production standards before we get started this evening. Because I know all y'all, and y'all deserve the best camera. Ba 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 ba. Okay, cool. We are up to par. That being said, hello everyone. GoldenNova here, the lore laureate, the explaining expert, beaming you that good dueling goodness 24/7 right here from the orbital platform, except when we are not. We are ending the weekend with the third consecutive custom card stream, where I get submitted cards from my patrons, we look at it, they get rated on the Nova scale, and we've got a lot to do today. What snacks did you get? I got McDonald's. I got a shake. I didn't get the Grimace shake because I care too much about my health. I got that. We've got burger. We've got fries. Excuse me if I eat a little bit. We're on stream tonight. Today was a little hectic, but now we're all just gonna chill out. We're all gonna hang out. We're gonna look at some custom cards today. I will preface this. Is the Grimace shake really that bad? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I said that as a joke. I've tried the Grimace shake. It's fine. It's a wild berry shake. It's literally fine, but it's very funny. It's very funny. The Grimace shake is how you let the Hamburglar steal your health and well-being. All right, yeah. First off, hello everyone. Hello Emily. Hello Lord of D. Zeldreka. That is a great name. Waffle Fraud. Incredible. Old Xyz. Nathan Vig. How's it going? Random Pup. Vam is here. Hello, Vam. Kit TCG is here. Azure Shadow. Good to see all of you today. Corbinisms. Hello. How's Plunder Mifflin going? I talked to Delilah about it. We're going to make sure that we design it in such a way that we don't hit copyright stuff. But we're going to try and make it work. Okay, so here's the deal. It's Sunday. Stream is a little earlier than what we do on Friday by a couple of hours. Here's the deal, though. We added even more people to the roster. People saw custom cards they wanted to submit. They joined the Patreon. What can I say but please send them over? So that being said, the Google form that I have all of you fill out when it comes time to do the customs, it does say we try to keep it around 15 minutes, and I know I'm bad at holding to that. I don't want to stop people from talking about their favorite cards. They poured a lot of heart and soul into it. It feels cruel to cut them off beforehand. That being said, if you are presenting tonight, please do your best to, let's keep to a few highlight cards. That way we can ensure that we can make sure that everyone gets talked about and finished, both them at a reasonable time so they're not waiting a long time so that they can talk about their cards, and B, so that I can go to bed at a decent hour tonight because I gotta look after my health. So that's my pre-stream request for everyone. Thank you all for stopping by. Let's go ahead and pause the excellent Neon White soundtrack and let's transition over to the reason why we're all here, the big bungus on the thumbnail, and the person presenting it today, Corbinisms, if you would be so kind as to make your way to the auditorium, and we can begin your presentation. It's pulled up here. Bada bum, bada boom.
My weight's been made.
Excellent. Good to see you. It's okay. You don't have to say it back. It's fine. I get it.
Can you not hear me?
I hear you a little bit. You're a little quiet.
Huh. Weird. What about now?
Now I've made sure to boost you so everyone else can hear you. Could I get that one more time?
Hi. How's everyone doing tonight? I guess.
Hey, that sounds great. How's everyone hearing?
I'm gonna pretend you can all hear me.
Hey, that's great. I'll get to bed at a decent hour tonight, said Nova, lying. Hey, I get to have a little lying sometimes. It's fine.
I am going to do my best. This is the most cards I have brought to a custom card weekend.
Yeah, but you brought the coolest boy. I say this as someone who knows next to nothing about Guilty Gear, but I've seen Potemkin around, and they seem pretty cool.
Oh, no, he's sick. He's funny grappler man who helped lead a revolution against a corrupt government and overthrew them.
Classic Potemkin. Maybe
Hey,
not like Strive, but like real Potemkin. I don't know. I don't even know anything about that one.
I don't believe in anything. I'm just a clown, man.
Alrighty. Any anything else we want to talk about this good boy before we get started with the cards?
Yeah, so the entire impetus from this archetype came from, oh hey, Versus Soul is cool. What if actual other fight game, because I don't have to worry about legality?
Oh my.
Yeah, so the entire shtick is very sit on Potemkin and do inputs with your back row and do funny thing.
Do input with background. How do you pull that off?
We'll understand after the first one or two.
Fair enough. Okay, I have imbibed burger. Let's begin with Striving Potemkin. A level 10 fire attribute warrior monster with 3,000 attack and 3,500 defense. If you control no monsters, you may special summon this card from your hand. Or if you also control 5 face-down spell or trap cards, you may special summon this card from your graveyard. You may only control 1 Striving Potemkin. If you control any monsters other than Striving Potemkin, sacrifice it. Okay. If you control any monsters other than Striving Potemkin... Oh, okay, we did that. If you special summon this card, send the top card of your deck to the graveyard. Then you may set spell or trap cards with different names that mention Striving Potemkin from your hand or deck to your side of the field, equal to the number of monsters your opponent controls. Huh.
So you're going second.
Alright. And then you just proceed to mollywop them.
Oh yeah, just command grab.
Wow. Sean Hart, thank you for the $1. I super appreciate it.
Cash money.
Money. Alright. Next up is Armor-Clad Faith, a field spell card. When you activate this card, add a Striving Potemkin from your deck or grave to your hand. You may only use this effect once per turn. Striving Potemkin you control cannot be destroyed or banished by card effects. If you take battle damage from a battle involving Striving Potemkin you control, that battle damage is halved.
Very simple, very just run-of-the-mill, keep your one guy alive.
Yeah, it's kind of like your super armor.
Yeah.
Sweet. Hammerfall, quick play spell card. Place a card from your graveyard on the bottom of your deck, then send the top card of your deck to the graveyard. Destroy target monster your opponent controls with a level or rank lower than the level of a Striving Potemkin you control, then deal damage to your opponent equal to that monster's level or rank times 400.
I don't know how you want me to elaborate on this. Beat them. Smack them.
You have been crushed between mighty metal fists. Alright, next is Heat Knuckle. Quick play spell card. Send the top card of your deck to the graveyard. Return a banished card that you own to your graveyard. Then change a Striving Potemkin you control to attack position. At the beginning of the battle phase, the monster your opponent controls with the lowest attack must attack Striving Potemkin you control this battle phase if able.
Oh, hey, I noticed a typo. Anyways, yeah, no, you're literally going to make them come here. Fight you.
Is it supposed to be usable during both battle phases? Was that the typo?
No, I missed an F instead of an S.
Ah, got it.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine as is, because...
Oh, I love the idea of making your opponent
still
fight
wanna
during
get
your
the
battle
setup.
phase. That's great.
Yeah, sometimes you still want to get the setup, sometimes you're doing other card effects that'll turn him to defense position, and then you'll need to get him to attack. So
Sure.
that's why it's a quick play instead of a trap. That way you can actually manage your Potemkin better.
Hell yeah. Alright, Potemkin Buster! Quick play spell card. Send the top card of your deck to the graveyard. Banish a card in your graveyard. Then change a Striving Potemkin you control to defense position. Hey. Destroy target monster your opponent controls with attack less than the highest defense among monsters you control, then deal damage to your opponent equal to the difference. And I noticed that our good friend here has 3,500 defense.
Yeah.
We will defeat everything
Yeah,
with this.
that's, just a normal thing to do.
Hell yeah.
Super Heavy Samurai who?
What?
What do you mean?
Alright, Mega Fist, normal trap card. Change a Striving Potemkin you control to attack position, send the top card of your deck to the graveyard, then place a banished card you own on the bottom of your deck. Change all monsters your opponent controls to attack position. All monsters your opponent controls in attack position lose 500 attack for each spell or trap card in your graveyard that mentions Striving Potemkin. You may only activate one Mega Fist per turn. So that gets it back into the fight, makes it so they can't hide behind anything, and then now they're too tiny to not take 1,000,000 damage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You put them in a position where they can be punched, and then you punch them.
Sick! That's my favorite follow-up to putting people in a punching position.
Yeah, punching good sometimes in select spaces.
Wow, a problem that can be solved with violence. Everyone told me that was impossible.
Oh my god! Anyway.
Alright, Slide Head, normal trap card. Change a Striving Potemkin you control to defense position, banish a card from your graveyard, then send the bottom card of your deck to the bottom card of your deck to the graveyard. That's awesome.
It's literally you're able to control with Mega Fist.
Oh yeah, because that one puts one back in the bottom.
Yeah, so it's literally, hey, maybe you want a graveyard effect to pop back up. You can do that if you combine them.
Alright, change all monsters your opponent controls to defense position. If a monster your opponent controls does not change to defense position by this effect, destroy that monster. Goodbye, Lynx. Get out of here.
Yes!
I'm
literally just a hater for my favorite mechanic.
You bubkiss, you have a negative defense value. What are you doing? Alright. Heavenly Potemkin Buster is a normal trap card. Return 5 cards from your grave to the bottom of your deck. Return 5 banished cards you own to your graveyard. Send the top 5 cards of your deck to the graveyard. Then sacrifice a Striving Potemkin you control. Return all monsters your opponent controls to the hand. Then your opponent discards cards equal to the number of spell and trap cards you control. Deal damage to your opponent equal to the number of monsters discarded by this effect times 1,000. If this card is in your graveyard and your opponent has 3,000 or less life points, you can banish this card as a quick effect to special summon a Striving Potemkin from your hand or graveyard. You may only activate one Heavenly Potemkin Buster per turn. Good grief.
Yeah, you have to do a lot of setup for it, I will admit.
Oh yeah.
However,
they will die.
Yeah, you will beat them senseless, and that's just the point. Like, a pot buster or heavenly pot buster does like some ungodly amount of damage. I think it's 3 at most, depending. Can just like KO almost anybody.
Amazing.
So
outstanding.
Yeah, it's just, what if you killed them quickly?
Your opponent can't have bad match breakers if they're not alive to have bad matchups.
Yes.
Okay, so I am curious. There's a lot of like milling and setting things up and changing position, and you said that the spells and traps are how we would be doing our command inputs. Was the idea of like doing some of those things leading into fulfilling the requirements for others the idea of like certain attacks leading into each other in a combo chain?
Partly yes and partly no. I'm a sucker for resource management, but I tried reasonably to make them all combo into each other like you would kind of expect to be able to do. Obviously, it's not 1-to-1 because you only have so many zones you can manipulate, but it's kind of just a problem with the medium itself, and that's not.
It's okay, Yu-Gi-Oh! One day you will be a fighting game. We believe in you.
Yeah, one day they'll let me design.
Yeah! Get the Corbin in there. Fly
You
him
are
out.
correct. This is designed with gremlin energy because it was designed by me.
Yee. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and first off, let's swap this over to the Nova scale.
Side note, Toby, our cat, is here.
Toby!
Hi, Toby.
Please tell Toby I love them.
Toby, my homie loves you.
Yay.
He just grooming. We actually got him a haircut.
Ooh, nice. How'd that go?
Yeah, he. In certain positions, he looks like an otter.
That's amazing.
It's very funny.
It's like having a whole second pet.
Yeah, let me actually send you one on the DMs because everyone can kind of see it right now.
Good. Do it. Take a big old burger bite real quick. Everyone get your screen caps ready.
Please load, please load, please load. There we go. Yeah, he looks like an otter.
Toby looks like a scruffier Moby. Do you see it?
I do.
I love it.
That's real good. Yeah, no, he's great. He's very funny.
Okay, one second. Good little munchy.
I think after we do our Nova scale, I'm going to give him some string hours.
Oh!
His favorite playtime activity.
Alrighty. Let me go ahead and break out this Nova scale, and we'll see how Striving Potemkin measures up to the competition. So, novelty.
He's about like 10 foot 12.
10 foot 12. I don't know they stack shit that high.
So the Nova scale,
You gonna
right?
make it? You gonna be okay?
No.
All right. Well, then I've done my job. Okay. Novelty. So ignoring the fact that we've had recently one other fighting game referenced series of cards, the way that this emulates fighting games is much more in-depth. I've heard a lot of complaints about how Vanquished Soul kind of just stops at the assist character thing and doesn't do anything like doing your combo lines and making sure everything fits up. So I think we're surpassing Vanquished Soul already. We're transcending those souls.
We're striving to beat them.
And one day we'll get there.
One day.
There are, of course, archetypes that are built around singular monsters, but if we start knocking for that, then I will be a heartless fiend for that. So I think
it has to be as good as Genix.
At least. So then we got to put a 5 on novelty.
Sick.
Okay, objectivity. Is this card balanced? Well, like we said earlier, Heavenly Potemkin Buster is strong, but there's a lot of hoops you have to jump through to, actually get to that point. Potemkin himself, you can't play unless you only have Potemkin.
So hand traps.
Oh yeah, and then hand traps, but like aside from that, it's just.
But yes, you are yes.
It's just big guy. So we literally can't play him in any other deck that requires an extra deck. Needs multiple monsters to do anything with. So I think you could play with like kaijus to set that up, but that's like, the easiest knock in the park. So
I mean, yeah, that's not that hard to do. Like if you don't know what to do with the deck, you'd shove kaijus in it.
Yeah.
Which means we don't know what to do with this deck.
The only thing I'm worried about is that he is himself a warrior and a fire warrior at that. So there's a lot of support that goes into Potemkin. Like if you give Potemkin the new Gearblade card that can give you multiple attacks, you're just gonna out your opponent in one turn. It's wild.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm a little wary of his power level. Gonna give him a 4.
Reasonable enough. I can live with this.
Okay, versatility. In kind of an inverse what we were talking about earlier, the only things that can be splashed with is Fire Warrior support, and support only. Other decks or archetypes aren't really going to work with it. So we got to give him a 2 on versatility.
Give him a 21! Do it!
Say again?
Give him a 21. I saw that typo.
You put that one back there, Nova. Recount the votes. Anyway, no, I will be covering up that political mishap.
No, that's fine.
And for awesomeness, yeah, it's Potemkin, baby. Who's not giving Potemkin a 5? No court would convict me for putting a 5 here. We're putting a 16 total for Potemkin on here.
Yeah, I vibe with that.
He's no blast spider archetype, but he gets the job done.
True. He is 3 points short of my all-time record. That's fine. Because I made Big Funny Man.
and God bless you for it. Anything else about Potemkin that you want to cover before we move on to our next guest?
Please, if you enjoy something in different media, and you can find an interesting way to make it a Yu-Gi-Oh thing, like a fighting game, doing the inputs with its back row, or, just having the Cosmo bouncing in and out, trade-ins for your characters and your ships. Please explore that design space. It is very interesting, it is very fun, and it will help you think in ways you don't normally do.
Corbin's spitting here. That's it. I love seeing shit like that. So please, find ways to make your stuff fit into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it's awesome to see what design can facilitate.
That's it. That's my stand. I'm gonna go make dinner.
All right, take care. Enjoy dinner. Have yourself a good one.
You too, man. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Take care.
All right, appreciate you back. Jeez.
Okay, fine. Go. Emily, I may or may not have cooked a Vanquish Ships deck. Okay, do you mean a cooked up as in created a deck called Vanquish Ships? Or did you cook a Vanquish Souls deck that is somehow splashing in Sue ships? No, listen to Potemkin's theme song. Let's do a little bit of Potemkin's theme song. Just like 5 seconds. Just like 5 seconds of it. Beautiful. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get the list pulled up here. God, the ladder. Wait, it literally had Sue ships? What in the world? You gotta get to the drop. I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't do that. It is also very bad. I can get to Rock, Razen, Dust Devil, and Zeus on field in one turn. That's nasty. It's amazing. Will this archetype make Nova play Guilty Gear? No! Not that I don't have like I have an aversion to it. I just have too much stuff that I'm playing. All right. Next up, Almento. Almento is
hello.
The next one. Hello. How are you doing this fine day?
I'm doing great.
Good to hear. I'm going to confirm that I got your archetype in here because I'm worried I might have gotten things mixed around. Discord. Get the dueling book. So how you doing today? How you doing while we're getting that set up?
I'm doing all right.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, it was Phantom Thief stuff. Okay, boom.
Yes.
Got it here? Okay.
Now, before we start, I want you to have a look at Diego. He's the third card now, third Xyz.
Oh boy. Okay.
Note Diego's rank.
That looks like 10.
It is 10. There is not a single level 10 monster in this archetype.
Mm-hmm.
Diego is very much a representation of how Phantom Thieves will be accessing higher rank and stronger Xyz monsters. We are going to be overlaying Xyz monsters.
Yes! It's just like Yuma would have wanted.
Yup. Yeah. So in order to access a higher rank, there's not a rank 10, a level 10 monster in the deck. There's not. So basically, Phantom Thieves, on top of being flip effect monsters, they access higher rank Xyz monsters in a sort of pyramid formation. Basically, 2 rank 4s enter into a rank 7, 2 rank 7s can enter into a rank 10. The highest level Phantom Thief monster is going to be Phantom Thief AJ Rafals, who is a level 7.
All right, okay.
Yeah, let's just have a look. I just wanted to throw that whole thing out there.
Okay, sounds good. Do we want to start with Rafals, or do we want to go from the beginning of the
Let's go
list?
Left to right.
Okay. Let's blitz through these real
I would go monsters, Xyz, spells.
Okay, makes sense.
That's how I made it. That's the order I made the cards in.
All right, cool. Then yeah, I'll go through all the monsters, and then we'll talk about how they all work together. We'll do the same for Xyz, then think for spells.
Yeah, and just so you know, the names of each of these monsters are taken from various Phantom Thieves and Gentleman's Thieves throughout media. For example, the reason why AJ Falls is the highest level of the Phantom Thieves is because he is the first documented.
Oh, all right.
Also, his sidekick, Bunny Manders, is designed in which we can come back to later. He's designed in such a way that he works very well with Rafal's effect.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, let's go left to right.
All right. First off is Phantom Thief Edward Pierce, a level 4 wind spellcaster flip monster with 1300 attack and 1000 defense. As a flip effect, you special summon a level 4 or lower Phantom Thief card from your hand in face down defense position. If your opponent activates the effect of a card they currently control, you can change this card to face down defense position. Neat.
Just simple starter stuff, you know.
Mm-hmm. Phantom Thief Scipio Massimo, level 4 wind spellcaster flip monster with 1000 attack and defense. When flipped, you set a Phantom Thief gadget in your graveyard to your spell and trap zone. If this card is normal or special summoned, you may change one card you control to face down defense position.
That should include him.
Yeah, so it can reset itself or it can reset something else. Is my understanding.
That was the idea.
Phantom Thief Arsène Lupin is a level 4 wind spellcaster monster with 1800 attack and 1200 defense. It's a flip monster with a flip effect of target a face-up card on either field and set that card face down. While you control this face-up monster, neither player may negate the flip effects of monsters you control.
Fun fact, same stat line as the Persona version.
Okay, good. Glad you kept that in mind. Alright, next is Phantom Thief Hitomi, level 5 wind spellcaster flip monster with 2200 attack and 1000 defense. Its flip effect can add a Phantom Thief monster from your deck to your hand, and while you control this face-up monster, face-down monsters you control cannot be flipped up except by being attacked. Huh. Oh, your opponent controls can't be flipped up. Okay, I missed the very crucial part of that.
Okay, yeah. I was like, wait, I wasn't... Because I have 2 of the spell cards in here are very much cards that would see use outside of this archetype, because those are spells are Book of Teru at quick speed.
Oh, yeah, that would do it.
So yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't design this in such a way that would happen.
Why would I do that? And the answer is, you didn't.
I didn't.
Alright, Phantom Thief Bunny Manders is a level 3 wind psychic flip monster, wind spellcaster flip monster. I'm already losing it. With 800 attack, 800 defense. Its flip effect lets you add a level 5 or higher Phantom Thief monster from your deck to your hand. If a Phantom Thief monster you control is flipped face up, target that monster, then you may special summon this card from your hand, then this card's level becomes equal to the targeted monster's level. Which will lead into AJ Rafals, a level 7 wind synchro spell. Synchro. Don't. Just. I can't. Goodbye, everyone. I don't know how to do this. Phantom Thief AJ Rafals is a level 7 wind spellcaster flip monster with 2500 attack and 2000 defense. Its flip effect lets you Xyz summon a rank 7 Xyz spellcaster monster from your extra deck using this card and another monster you control. And you may treat a Phantom Thief or Persona Xyz monster you control as a level 7 monster for this Xyz summon. You may special summon this card from your hand by changing 2 monsters you control to face down defense position. And then lastly, we have Phantom Thief Mona, level 1 Wind Spellcaster, just effect monster with 100 attack and defense. If this card is normal or special summoned, you may flip summon all face-down monsters you control. During your main phase, you may reveal a Spellcaster Xyz monster in your extra deck. The levels of all monsters you control become equal to the rank of the revealed monster. Oh, okay.
The purpose of this is to modulate everything you have on the field to produce a Diego with a lot of materials, and you'll see why Diego wants a lot of materials when we get to him.
Alrighty. First up is Persona Zoro, and we'll just go over this for anyone who hasn't seen the previous one. Rank 4, Wind Spellcaster Xyz monster with 2300 attack and 2000 defense, requiring 2 level 4 monsters. If this card is special summoned, add a Dia or Phantom Thief gadget to your hand from your deck. Once per turn, during either player's turn, you may detach an overlay unit from this card. Then if you do, flip one card on either player's field face down. And so the Phantom Thief gadgets were just a general utility cards for the deck. I forget, Dia was card recovery was the theme of the Dia cards, right?
Yeah, like a weaker monster reborn that's once per turn.
Got it. All right, next up we have Persona Mercurius, a rank 7 Wind Spellcaster Xyz monster with 2800 attack and 2500 defense, requiring 2 or more level 7 monsters as material. This card may attack all face-down monsters your opponent controls. If this card declares an attack targeting a face-down monster, you may banish that card face-down. As a quick effect, you may detach any number of Xyz material from this card, change the same number of cards on the field to face-down defense position. This has been the weekend where people make cards that flip spells and traps face-down. And I dig this. Alright, now...
Note that both of Mercurius's activated effects cannot be activated in the same turn.
Oh, okay. Once per turn, only once per turn. Okay, that is a good little limit there to keep this from going absolutely bonkers.
Diego sort of flips around how that works. The idea is that Diego is the stronger version of Mercurius. By the way, I can't find a good render of the second stage personas anywhere. Like, if you look at Diego and Zoro, they're really nice artwork, and then I had to do that for Mercurius.
Incredible.
Like, that's literally the best artwork I can find of Mercurius just by himself.
The second stage cards are just like in a vault somewhere.
Yeah, I guess so.
If you're not enough of a Phantom Thief to get them, then you don't get to have them. Alright, next up is Persona Diego, a rank 10 Wind Spellcaster Xyz monster with 3200 attack and 3000 defense, requiring 2 or more level 10 monsters as material. This card is always treated as a Phantom Thief monster, and you may treat rank 7 or higher Xyz monsters as level 10 monsters for this card's Xyz summon. Once per turn, if this card has an Xyz monster attached to it as material, you may set all cards your opponent controls face down. This is a quick effect if this card has a Spellcaster Xyz monster as material. This card can attack all face-down monsters your opponent controls, and when this card declares an attack targeting a face-down monster your opponent controls, you may detach an Xyz material from this card to banish that monster face-down.
Yeah, so this is why Zoro wants to be made with several materials.
Yeah, so we can just keep detaching materials and always have one on hand to use the, what is it, to use it as a quick effect?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
And to activate it in the first place, you need an Xyz monster under him for the effect to trigger in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
It just has to be a spellcaster in order for it to be quick effect.
Fair enough. Alright, next up we have Phantom Thief Jim Crocodoc. Is it Crocodoc or Cracodoc? Or no, it's Cradoc. I added a whole crocodile in there.
Yeah. But I think that might be coming from a Yu-Gi-Oh character.
You know what? Yeah, I was thinking Jim Crocodile Cook while I was reading that. That's who decided to make their presence known.
Yeah, I figured.
Alrighty, Phantom Thief Jim Craddock is a rank 4 Wind Spellcaster Flip Xyz monster with 2100 attack and 1900 defense.
As far as I'm aware, there is not a single extra deck monster that has the flip tag. I think there are some that have flip effects, but they're not tagged as flip monsters.
There are things that have like effects when flipped.
Right.
Like the number whatever his Dragalius or something. But yeah, the only monster that is a flip monster that is something other than an effect is a ritual monster. So I think this is pretty new.
Yeah, I didn't see a reason not to have it be a flip monster.
I mean, it's part of the theming.
Right.
All right, so it takes 2 level 4 spellcaster monsters. Its flip effect is you may change up to 2 face-down defense position monsters you control to phase-up attack or defense position. And as a quick effect, you may detach any number of Xyz material from this card. Minimum 1. Set this card face-down defense position. Then shuffle the positions of all face-down cards you control. We've done it. We've reprinted Shifting Shadows.
Yeah. Also, for the record, I hate that it has to be typed out that way, but that is how every single effect that flips a card face down is worded, and I hate it.
No.
It's such a clunky wording, but it's how it's worded in Yu-Gi-Oh, so I gotta do it. Also, for the record, none of the rank 4s have a higher attack than Zoro.
Because they are the top dog. Or cat, as it were.
Yep.
Genesis, finally in the right mood to catch Nova Stream. Let's go. And yeah, Genesis, we do these like monthly. So next month, if you have some custom cards, feel free to get them submitted. All right, next is Phantom Thief Selena Kyle, a rank 4 wind spellcaster flip Xyz monster with 2,000 attack and defense, requiring 2 level 4 spellcaster monsters as material. When flipped, you can activate the effect of a Phantom Thief Gadget quick play spell card from your hand or graveyard, targeting this card. Increase this card's rank by 1 for every Phantom Thief Gadget currently equipped to this card. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, so she modulates herself up to be in the level. Also, Selena Kyle, the actual name of Catwoman.
Yeah, that's right. Little DC knowledge for all you people out there.
Yeah. DC has actually quite a few gentleman thieves.
Well, good on them. Does Batman count as a gentleman thief?
No, because he is not stealing things.
What if he has to steal something for, like, justice?
I think it's because he's not consistently doing it.
Ah, okay, fair enough. It's not his, like,
Yeah, the whole MO of gentleman thief is very Robin Hood.
Fair enough. Next up is Phantom Thief Rui, a rank 5 wind spellcaster flip Xyz monster with 2,300 attack and 2,400 defense, requiring 2 level 5 spellcaster monsters as material. You may treat a rank 4 or lower Xyz monster as a level 5 monster for this card's Xyz summon. Flip effect, set a Phantom Thief gadget from your hand, deck, or graveyard. And once per turn as a quick effect, you may detach an Xyz material from this card to reveal a set Phantom Thief gadget you control. For the rest of this turn, you may activate Phantom Thief gadget quick play spell cards that the turn they are set.
Yep.
Okay.
Just a little... Also, for the record, every single Phantom Thief gadget basically has a final text that says you can only activate one of them per turn.
Got it. For Phantom Thief Lupin III, we have a rank 7 wind spellcaster flip Xyz monster with 2,700 attack and 2,600 defense, requiring 2 level 7 spellcaster monsters as material. You may treat a rank 4 or higher Xyz monster as a level 7 monster for this card's Xyz summon. For its flip effect, you may attach a face-down monster on the field to this card as an Xyz material. Okay. If this card has an Xyz monster as Xyz material as a quick effect, you may detach 2 Xyz material from this card, negate the effects of all face-up cards your opponent currently controls. Ooh, wow, that's good.
Yep.
So, and we can use that with any spellcaster deck that does Xyz stuff. Holy cow.
Yeah. But yeah, it has you have to use I suppose technically this is Dark Magician support?
I mean, it's a level 7 spellcaster, and as long as you can make a rank 4 or higher Xyz monster to go along with this,
yeah,
you get to have the effect. That's really good.
It's also, theoretically, if you can make a rank 4 spellcaster in Phantom Knights.
Hey! Music to my phantom ears.
So there are 2 ambush weapon gadgets here, and both of these are Quick of Speed Book of Terror.
Okay.
Which is the one that flips the card face up.
Yeah, so we can finally not have to rely on Prediction Princess Tarot Ray to actually flip our stuff up at quick speed.
Yep. And Any flip deck that can field to rank 4 to level 4s can find any one of these through Zoro.
Alrighty. Phantom Thief Gadget Ambush Hook is a quick play spell card. You may activate this card by targeting a face-down monster you control. Flip summon that card. Then, if that card is a Phantom Thief or Spellcaster type Persona monster, equip this card to that monster as an equip spell. If this card is equipped to a monster, the equipped monster's level and or rank is increased by 3. If this card is equipped to an Xyz monster, you may target one spell or trap card your opponent controls, attach that card to the equipped monster's Xyz material. If this card will leave the field because the equipped monster was set face down, you may set this card instead.
The idea of Ambush Hook is that you steal something like a skill drain from your opponent's field.
It's mine now. I control the negating.
No. It puts it underneath you. Underneath your monster.
I control it physically, like where it goes.
I think you skipped over Ambush Blade.
Oh no, that's the next one.
Oh, okay.
Which itself, Phantom Thief Gadget Ambush Blade, is a quick play spell card. You may activate this card by targeting a face-down monster you control. Flip summon that card. Then, if that card is a Phantom Thief or Spellcaster type Persona monster, equip this card to that monster as an equipped spell card. While this card is equipped to a monster, increase the level of all Phantom Thief monsters you control by 1. If this card is equipped to an Xyz monster, that monster gains 1,000 attack. If this card will leave the field because the equipped monster was set face down, you may set this card instead.
Yeah, that's listed on all the gadgets. So
Got it. Yeah. Let's go ahead and go to Phantom Thief Gadget Smoke Grenade, a quick play spell card. You may activate this card by targeting a Phantom Thief or Spellcaster type Persona monster you control. Equip this card to that monster as an equipped spell. When this card is equipped to a Phantom Thief monster, look at your opponent's hand, send one card from their hand to the graveyard, or if this card is equipped to a level or rank 7 or higher monster, you may add it to your hand instead.
You'd almost say it's a Smoke Grenade of the Thief.
Hey, I'm already making the connections here. Don't make me hate this card more than I already do.
For the record, because it's not exactly as good as Smoke Grenade, because Smoke Grenade, like the power of Smoke Grenade is that you can cycle it multiple times a turn. This is hard once. You can only activate it once, so even if it gets negated, it gets negated.
Oh, well, I guess you only get to learn your opponent's entire hand and get to take one card out of it over the course of your turn. You're right, it's actually completely fair and balanced.
I mean, it's not as bad.
That is
Smoke Grenade.
That is true.
The problem with Smoke Grenade is that Smoke Grenade can be cycled multiple times in a turn. Not to mention, this is also not an equip spell. It's a quick play, and as far as I'm aware, quick plays are harder to get in generic combos.
That is true. Now you're making a lot of logical points here. There is something unfortunate here. I'm a creature of emotion, and I have like a little monkey brain, so I see it and I go, slap. Anyway, if this card will leave the field because, and then the set thing. Okay, cool. Okay, next up is Phantom Thief Gadget Throwing Knives, a quick play spell card. You may activate this card by targeting a Phantom Thief or Spellcaster type Persona monster, and you control equip this card to it as an equipped spell. Once per turn during your main phase, or immediately after this card is equipped to a monster, you may destroy a card on the field. If this card is equipped to a level or rank 7 or higher monster, cards destroyed by this card cannot activate their effects this turn. Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yeah, it's something that, like, I'm probably going to be making other archetypes that destroy stuff alongside the other Persona cards. A lot of them you're going to see a lot of text that say, if destroyed by X, cannot activate their effects this turn.
That's pretty strong. Alright, next up is Phantom Thief Gadget Toolkit, a quick play spell card. Has our usual equip effect on here. Once per turn during the main phase, or immediately after this effect resolves, equipped to a monster, you may destroy a set spell or a trap card on the field. Then if that card was a trap card, you may set that card to your side of the field. So now we get to steal the skill drain.
Yeah.
If this card is equipped to a level or rank 7 or higher monster, you may add a spell or trap card from your grave to your hand, but you cannot activate cards or the effects of cards with that name for the rest of the turn. Thank goodness we didn't just make another version of Dark Magician of Chaos. But it's a strong effect. It's good. Being able to recycle this kind of stuff, Very neat.
Yeah.
Alright, and our last card is Phantom Thief Smokescreen, a quick play spell card. You may activate this card by flipping any number of monsters you control to face down defense position. Then if you controlled a Phantom Thief monster when you activated this card, your opponent cannot target face down monsters you control for attacks or card effects. I assume for the rest of the turn, or is that just indefinite?
It's meant to be for the rest of the turn.
Okay. If your opponent attacks a Phantom Thief or face down monster, you may banish this card from your graveyard to negate that attack. You can only use one effect per turn and only once per turn.
Just some defensive applications for the deck.
Yeah, just fog the battle phase. Be all like, I don't want you to attack me, actually. We can hold off on that.
Also to blank certain card effects, like you say you got a Mirror Jade coming at you, you activate this, you can use this card to blank Mirror Jade's effect. Because they can't target. Right?
Mirror Jade itself does not target either.
Oh, it does not?
Oh, no. That's half the reason why it's so good.
Fair.
But there are a number of other things that, like, if they wanted to, like, hit it with, like, the Dragoon Destruction effect, you could either prevent that or bait the negation. Trying to think of any other thing.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
I guess it technically gets around Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, because then they can't target face-down monsters for attacks. So that's pretty good.
Yeah. Also, I believe... What is it? Any current... Like, let's say you're dealing with, a mirror match, and your opponent's activating their loop in the third. You use this card, flip all your cards face down. Any effects that have activated should still resolve. Unless, of course, they care about a card that's currently on the field, like something like AJ Rafal.
Alright, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
So like, the whole thing with AJ Rafal is that, and Bunny Manders, is that when AJ Rafal flips up, he activates his effect to perform an Exceed summon. Bunny Manders special summons himself, modulates to 7, and then you may make a rank 7 from there.
And I didn't see any kind of locks in here, so you could still just use the entire rank 7 toolbox as well, right?
I think so.
Dang, okay.
As long as they can be made with spellcasters, they should be fine.
All right. Well, do you have any other notes or interactions that we haven't gone over, or is it time for the Nova Scale?
Technically speaking, this is Charmer's support.
I mean, they are They're spellcasters.
Yeah, they are spellcasters. You have the ability to flip them face up, so you can... most of these just want to be spellcasters, so it does not matter if you just need win. If you're just using win, let's say we're in the middle of a light dark format, sideboard put one of the light and dark charmers in your sideboard.
Just go ahead, enjoy it.
Yeah.
All right. Any other nifty info?
I don't think so.
Alrighty. Well, let's go.
Is it Ultimatrix? The Subterror. Is he level 7?
Ultramaphis, I think, is level 12.
No, I'm talking about the Subterror that banishes a card.
That will be 7. Umastrix.
Yeah, Umastrix. Yeah, so he can help out because all these cards, flip them face down. Umastrix can special summon himself, and he can use as one half of an Exceed material, or just have him be used to banish stuff.
Just get him out of here with your big old drill nose.
Yeah, because Mercurius is generic.
Alrighty. Well, let me go ahead and grab that Nova Scale, and we can get this all rated up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so, novelty. When do spellcaster flip monsters that are also Exceed monsters is not something that I see every day. In fact, I could say it's something I don't see every year. I will say this is the first time I've seen some of that. So, we're already hitting new ground on that one. Like, the closest thing I can think of is, like, Gustos, but those are all psychics and spellcasters, not just spellcasters. Right. So, I think we got to give it a 5 on this. Like, I have to give it a 5.
There is also the argument for quick play equip and the fact that they achieve higher ranks through using Exceed monsters to bridge the gaps.
Yeah, there's that. Okay, objectivity. Are these cards formatted correctly? Um I'm trying to think here because we have all the flips. They're specifically flipped. They have flip on there. We have some things that say you flip summon them when you flip them up instead of saying flipped up, which technically isn't wrong because it's just a different way of flipping them face up.
Right.
So I don't think that's technically incorrect. So I think we're good on that one. Power level. Trying to think here. So Diego is just a lad, just a big old lad.
Yeah.
And since we can generically make him with big Xyz monsters, this could see play in a whole bunch of things.
I mean, to be fair, if you make him with just any level 10s, he's fundamentally a vanilla that can detach to banish face down monsters face down, because he needs an Xyz monster attached to him for his big old flip face down effect.
Does he need that to use the effect, or just to make it a quick effect?
He requires a Xyz monster attached to him to activate it in the first place. He must have a spellcaster for it to be a quick effect.
Okay, yeah. And because we can treat any rank 7 or higher Xyz monster as the level 10 for this, any Xyz deck that makes big Xyz could at least get the baseline power of Diego.
Right.
Yeah. So that's pretty splashable for doing all of that.
He's a bit of an investment.
I suppose, but like it's like the option, right? Like,
right.
If I play this in like trains or something, I can turn. I mean, then I'm talking myself in circles. Be like, well, if you're making giant trains, you can just make Lieb, and Lieb is already a big puncher anyway.
Right. I mean, Diego's supposed to be the big boss. He's Morgana's strongest power, and I think he should be very powerful.
And he is very powerful.
Yeah. I probably have not restricted him as much as I have Gorokichi.
I think we will go ahead and give them a 4. They're very powerful. Okay. I'm a little worried about what they might be getting up to when I'm not looking.
Right.
So we're going to go ahead and set that for that.
They're thieves. What do you expect?
I expect them to be criminals, and I'm going to treat them as such. I'm calling the police right now. That's a lie. I wouldn't call the police on that. That's not. Anyway, versatility. Does this play with a lot of other decks? The uniqueness of wind spellcasters. Like Chad is pointing out, Magispector is about the only other wind spellcaster group of cards that exist out there. So
they would probably actually play very well with Magispector.
I mean, you can tribute any of them for the Magispector spell or trap cards, so you can do that. I can see a lot of these you could pendulum summon with those scales.
Yeah.
So there's that. There's certainly some spellcaster stuff you can mix with this with, because some of it, like you said earlier, just needs spellcasters to work. I'm gonna go ahead and give this a 3. There's several things it can work with. It doesn't work with everything, but the things that it does like working with, it works with them very well. Awesomeness. Folks, we have quick play spell cards that turn into equip spells that reset themselves to activate at a moment's notice to catch our opponent off guard. It's an archetype based on Phantom Thieves. It's got Mona. We gotta give it a 5. I don't know. It's not me. I had to give it a 5. These give it a 17 on the Nova scale.
Nice.
Alrighty, well, thank you very much for showing these off. Any post notes before we move on to our next guest?
2 things. First, apparently, in order to have the flip tag appear on a card, you have to type in flip : in Dueling Book.
Okay. And second?
And 2, next week should be Yusuke.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what the Phantom Artist has to say.
Stats.
Say that again. I was talking over you. Say that again for the audience.
Opponent's monster. We're going to be, in order to infusion summon our big guys, we're going to be copying our opponent's monsters.
Oh.
Or, if they don't want us to copy, we'll just copy our own.
Alrighty. Well, hey, thank you so much again, and I'll talk to you next time, alright?
Yep. Cheers.
Cheers, bye! Alrighty. Next up, Blitzwolf and also Quilava. They're going to come on here and they're going to talk about this archetype we've got here. Alexa Torhime. Hey, Alexa. Hey, Nova, what are you cooking? I am not cooking anything. I'm effectively the Alton Brown of what is this weekend's. Everyone else is cooking their stuff, and I'm judging them with my fey wit.
Hello? Hello? Do I have a connection?
Do we have the envoy?
I'm reading you loud and clear, both of you. This is
Okay,
Nova
okay. I
from the
got
Orbital
shot
Platform.
by Zark and landed in the ArcV universe.
Oh my god, how did you get out of there?
Thankfully, I grabbed my Shadol Invoke deck.
Incredible. Okay, so you told me that the thing that you were showing off this week was Fire Fist pendulums. I am
Okay, the
so
first part
intrigued.
is Fire Fist Pendulum,
Incredible.
which I want in my own archetype.
Okay.
I mean, own Nova scale. Sorry,
All right. Sorry. Say again.
in its own Nova scale.
Oh no. Before that.
I got
Hello?
shot by Zark.
Wait. Sorry. Were you asking for different Nova scales for different things, or
Yeah,
He wants a Nova scale for each of the Fire Fist pendulums.
for
That's
each
not-
individual one?
No, I have the 4 pendulums and then 3 other cards.
Yeah, so we made Fire Fist pens, and then we made our trademark Smash anime archetypes together and see what happens.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, don't
So,
worry.
Nova
We're
scale-
not gonna put you through that much hell.
Yeah, Nova scale just for the Fire Fist, and then another one for the last 3.
Okay. Well, then, unless there's anything that you would like to add beforehand, I guess we'll get started.
Okay.
Just those bulletin points are my OC ideas for my character for Arc V, which is strange since I'm now in this world.
Yeah, so you don't have to read that. Just start with the first Fire Fist card here.
Alrighty. Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Azure Dragon is a level 3 Fire Beast Warrior Pendulum monster with a scale of 6 and 1800 attack and 1300 defense. As a pendulum spell, this card is treated as a Fire Formation card while in the Pendulum Zone. All Beast Warrior monsters you control gain 100 attack, and once per turn, shuffle a Fire Formation card from your field or graveyard into the deck, and send a Brotherhood of the Fire Fist monster from your field or hand to the graveyard to add to your hand or set a Fire Formation spell from your deck. Okay.
Yep,
and as a
most
monster,
of the pens
Yep.
have that effect. Most of it, but they also have a separate effect here that you'll see.
Okay. Monster effect. If this card is used as material for a ritual or link summon, that monster gains its effect. The effects of Fire Formation cards that would change the attack of your monsters are doubled. Huh.
Yes. So instead of Tanky giving you 100, it's 200.
Okay, that gives a pretty nifty boost.
The only problem I will say, Tensei is the problem. Because not only does it give you a 300 boost, but on activation, it turns from 700 to 1400.
That's a lot.
Yes.
Alrighty, next is Brotherhood of the Fire Fist White Tiger, a level 3 tuner Fire Beast Warrior monster with a scale of 6, with 1800 attack and 1300 defense. As a pendulum spell, treated as a Fire Formation while in this Pendulum Zone, gives that requisite 100 attack power. Once per turn, shuffle a Fire Formation card from your field or graveyard into the deck, and send a Brotherhood of the Fire Fist monster from your field or hand to the graveyard. Add to your hand or special summon a level 3 or lower Brotherhood of the Fire Fist monster from your deck. Neat.
Yes.
As a monster,
You will see a pattern with these.
monster effect. Once per turn, you can either increase this card level by 1 or decrease a Brotherhood of the Fire Fist monster's level you control by 1. If this card is used as material for a synchro summon of a monster, that monster gains this effect. The effects of Fire Formation cards that would change the attack of your monsters are doubled. I think I am starting to see the pattern. We're squaring all of our effects.
Yes.
Alrighty.
And I will leave some fun facts after the 4th one.
Alrighty. Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Black Tortoise Snake is a level 4 Fire Beast Warrior Pendulum monster with a scale of 1 and 1800 attack and 1300 defense. As a pendulum spell, is a fire formation, gives the bonus. Once per turn, shuffle a fire formation card from your field or grave into the deck and send a Brotherhood of the Fire Fist from your field or hand to the graveyard to add to your hand or special summon a level 4 or higher Brotherhood of the Fire Fist from your deck. As a monster, once per turn, you can either decrease this card's level by 1 or increase a Brotherhood of the Fire Fist monster you control by 1. If this card is used as material for an Xyz summon, this card gains this effect. The effects of fire formation cards that would change the attack of your monsters are doubled. So what are we up to? 3 doubles now?
Yes, but I will say, they only work on the summoned monster and they do not stack.
Okay.
So like, you can't have 2 turtles on Xyz monster and it goes from double to quadruple.
Got it. I guess that makes sense because it's a use effect on there, so that means it would keep that from being utilized. Okay,
and
that
it's
makes
a once
sense.
per turn, so you can't have that shenanigans either. So you can't just detach a material, then reborn it, XC summon another one. So yeah,
Oh man, but what if we did though?
it won't work. It's hard once per turn.
Alrighty, next is Brotherhood of the Fire Fist Vermilion Bird. A level 4 Fire Beast Warrior Pendulum monster with a scale of 1, 1800 attack, and 1300 defense. Wall Pendulum spell, it's a fire formation card, gives the 100 attack boost, and once per turn can shuffle a fire formation card from your field or graveyard into the deck, and send a Brotherhood of the Fire Fist monster from your field or hand to the graveyard to add or set a fire formation trap card from your deck. As a monster, if this card is used as material to fusion summon a monster, this card gains this effect. The effects of fire formation cards that would change the attack of your monsters are doubled.
Yes.
All right.
So, fun fact, each card is not only inspired by one of the 4 cardinal directional beasts, but if you look at the colors and the monsters they support, they match.
Because Azure is Links and Rituals. Yep, so that's blue.
Yep.
I think that was pretty good.
Yes, the only one is if he is Vermilion Bird, because...
Yeah, because we don't have like a red card yet, but that's half of purple. It's fine.
Yes.
Alrighty. Okay, well, I guess before we move on to these next 3 over here, any other interactions that we haven't touched on about these cards?
I mean, the thing is that they are, like, paired up a bit. Tiger and Tortoise could work each other together, increase and decrease levels, all that, to kind of match up Xyz materials and Synchro materials.
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically it. It's just made... It's made to give Fire Fist that oomph that they need, because, like, some of their big bosses don't have the attack power, but good effects.
And so this just gets them fired up a bit more so we can get them into the fray a lot better.
Yes.
Alrighty. Well, let's go ahead and do our first Nova scale here. Novelty. So we are basing all of this off of fire formations, so we're of course starting from a place of a established archetype. But we are adding pendulums there, and we are using them as a way to give us essentially more fire formation cards, which I think is a really nice touch. I think I gotta give it a 4 on that one. That's really nifty.
Yeah, also it's meant to be resource looping, because you're reusing your fire formations back into the deck to be used again later.
Mm-hmm. Which helps us not have to play so many of them so we don't get clogged up on them. So we just have the exact amount we need.
And any Fire Fists that have graveyard effect can be immediately sent to a graveyard from your hand.
Good. What is it, the one that reborns itself, Buffalo?
Rooster. I think Rooster does something when special summoned.
Yeah, I think Rooster does. There's like one where it's like you send 2 fire formation cards to the graveyard to special summon it, which was like made a lot better when Cardinal came out. I think it was.
I think. Yeah, maybe Buffalo.
Got it. Alright, objectivity. Are these cards... Is the problem-solving card text good? We're entering new territory where we are causing the effects to double. I'm not sure if we have any card that like modifies static amounts like that. Which means I don't really have anything to compare against, so I couldn't say if it's right or wrong. It's an interesting idea, though, and I do like it. Outside of that, though, it's treated as fire formation while in the pendulum zone, so that was a good specific choice to do that there, so that you didn't end up having like fire formation monsters randomly.
No. Also, I was thinking of the idea of like Gaga Magician Girl, but for all the other archetypes. I mean types.
How so?
The monster exceeds ritual synchro gains this effect.
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, CS Arm Sage and CS Ascended Sage.
Yeah, all those things that like apply effects to them. Yeah, and that's worded well here. Gains this effect. That's all good. So I think that's solid there. I think our power level is the next thing we have to consider here. But I don't think that there's too much here of an issue. Doubling a 100 amount isn't huge, and while we did say that Tensei potentially gives a huge bonus, I think Fire Formation should be allowed to have a gigantic power boost out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, the spell cards only do like 300s. The trap cards do either 200 or 300. The only problem would be Tensei.
Yeah. So I think that's fine, and I think so I don't think we're doing anything that's radically out of... So I think it has to get a 5 in objectivity?
Yo, let's go! I'm so happy.
Yay. I think so. I don't see anything wrong with it. Alright, versatility. So this will work with our general Beast Warrior, our general fire stuff. It randomly adds Pendulum ability to Fire Fist, so it kind of increases their ability to branch out and grab stuff. That being said, I don't think it increases the range that much, so I think we can get like a 2 on versatility. I don't think we're going to be winding in too many other archetypes into this right now.
Nah, not really.
That's what we were aiming for. Let them have their fun!
Let them have their fun!
Let you make a Fire Formation deck that isn't splashable with everything else.
And then awesomeness, folks, it's Fire Fist, okay? I love this deck, it's so cool. We have now made Pendulum Fire Formations. Tell me I'm wrong for putting a 5 in here. These cards are getting a 16.
Again, the only other archetype that could beat DDDs with extra deck summoning.
Because they got it all.
Yes, even the ritual.
Yeah, that's even more than DDD.
Yes.
Alrighty. So.
I'm so freaking happy right now. I worked so hard on writing those cards for like 3 weeks straight.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Now, I do have to say, the next card that will show up, you will like it, Delilah will like it.
Oh, already. I'll have to send it her way then. Real quick, chat, Alexa, isn't there a trap card that makes attack boost effects minus and vice versa, I think? Yeah, it's like reverse trap or something they made. That's a really funny card.
So okay. Let me slide in reverse trap real quick.
Whoop! It turns out that your effects don't work anymore. Ooh. Alright. Lunalight Rose Tiger, the Melodious Diva, is a level 4 light beast warrior pendulum monster with a scale of 5, with an attack of 1800 and a defense of 300. As a pendulum spell, once per turn, you can target a Lunalight or Melodious monster in your graveyard, special summon it, but it can't attack, its effects are negated, and it's destroyed during the end phase. For the rest of the turn, after you activate this effect, you can only special summon fusion monsters from the extra deck. As a monster, if this card on the field is destroyed by a battle or card effect, you can target a Lunalight monster in your graveyard, and special summon it. You can only use this effect once per turn, and once per turn you can fusion summon a Melodious or Lunalight fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters you control as material, including this card. Alright, well, the fact that it's a Melodious Diva that doesn't require you to play a gigantic level 7 monster is already a huge up in my book.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's... The level 7 and higher are the Maestros, I think.
I think the big fusions are Maestros. I gotta double check now.
Yes, anything over level 5 are Maestros.
Oh, well then I
Even
don't
the
know
fusion-
anything about this game, it turns
I'm
out.
gonna say, where's Delilah? Let's ask them.
Delilah's currently busy right now.
Essentially, what this is we nerfed Tiger and combined it with Songstress.
And now they're not going to ban it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank goodness. All right, well then, yeah, that's pretty good. We like it. We like it. I don't know why I said we. It's just me right now, but I like it. And I think she'll like it too.
She's right behind you in a ghostly shade.
What? Oh. Okay.
Hey!
All right. Battle Boxer Gagaga Street Brawler is a level 4 Fire Warrior monster with 2,000 attack and 1,500 defense. If you control a Battle Boxer or Gagaga monster, you can special summon this card from your hand, and once per turn you can pay 750 life points to add a Battle Boxer or Gagaga spell card from your deck to your hand. What was the impetus for this card?
Okay,
Go ahead,
you
Blake.
know how Persona 5 has that rough and tumbling bad boy that just beat up a street biker gang?
Not Persona 4. Kanji.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I know Kanji. I was like, that sounds like Kanji, but that's not 5. But yeah,
Yes,
that guy.
because isn't Gagaga's entire school?
It is randomly a school, yeah.
So, I mean, this is just that student that is like, screw magic, I'm just gonna use my fist.
Yeah,
All right.
Kanji's a lightning Persona user.
All right, folks, I'm about to introduce you to a little manga I like to call Mashal. Oh, God.
Yeah, so he just, instead of using boxing style, he uses street brawl style.
Well, all right, good for them. Thanks for searching up
Also-
our Gagaga
also,
spells.
I wanted this because Yuma and Aleo did have actually a good friendship.
That is true. That is true. That is the rivalry card that we never got that we need to get.
Yes.
All right, Mech Lord Uriel, the Time Lord, is a level 10 light machine monster with 0 attack and defense. Cannot be special summoned from the deck. If you control no monsters, you can normal summon this card without a tribute. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effect. You take no battle damage from attacks involving this card. Once per turn, target a special summoned monster your opponent controls, equip it to this card, and it gains the equipped monster's attack and defense. Once per turn, during your standby phase, shuffle this card into the deck. When this card is shuffled into the deck while equipped with the monster, inflict damage to your opponent equal to this monster's current attack. Okay, so we've combined Mech Lord. Oh yeah, I guess it says Mech Lord right there. I was so focused on Time Lord that I forgot the Mech Lord part was even there.
Yeah, the two final machine user bosses from 5Ds.
Like I said, I had a time and a half trying to figure out. I was like, wait, but it's shuffling itself as its effect, but it's going into the deck. So does this effect still apply? So I was like, I was very concerned on not writing this one. So I just kind of went with what felt right.
I mean, I will say one of them does have, when it's shuffled into the deck, shuffle all other cards on the field.
Yeah, I think the issue is like checking to see what the monster's attack would be at the time. Because we made it a second effect here.
Yeah.
I think what we would do here is make it like the newer Neos cards, where we make the two effects basically the same one. It would be like, once per turn during your standby phase, shuffle this card into your deck. Or once per turn during your standby phase, if this card is equipped with the card, burn your opponent for damage equal to this card's attack.
Then shuffle it into the deck.
Then shuffle this card into the deck.
Dang it. Okay, well,
Whichever
no,
one is like, whichever one doesn't require the first one to happen, which I think is and also. But yeah, that's basically you just smush those together and that's how you would do it.
I had a time with this card. I was not having fun writing this one, but I tried.
In your defense, there only exists like 3 cards in the entire game that have an effect like that, and they are Neos Contact Fusion monsters that have like 3 material listed on there. It's not easy to find this stuff.
Thank you. That makes me feel a little better.
Yeah. Okay. One quick Nova scale for the road then.
Yes, sir.
Yes, but first, before we go to Nova Scale, I want to give you a sneak peek on the next 4 cards.
RO?
Check your messages.
I'm sorry, googly?
I did ask the person who did the mixture between the two Dimension Dragons if I could borrow it. His format, he said he would let me borrow it.
All right, well, folks,
So-
get ready to get googly next month.
Yes, because that was Orbital's deck.
Yeah. It's about time Orbital steps up to the plate, the little goofus. All right, novelty. So this is another one where we are combining different archetypes together, and we are kind of doing their shtick. So I don't think we're necessarily breaking new ground here, so I think on novelty for all of these, we got to do like a 1. Not bad, we just understood the assignment.
Yeah, no, I was making the joke all week. It's like, right, can't wait for to get that one from Nova.
All right, objectivity. I know we talked about certain things, problem-solving card text, getting that figured out. I think our power level is fine on these. None of these are going to break the bank. I look forward to getting Gaga Street Brawler so I can search my Badland Boxer spells. I think we can do a 4 on objectivity on this one.
It was my plan.
Versatility. All of these cards technically work in multiple archetypes, but like very much their own other archetypes. So we got a 2 on versatility. And then 5, because we've found a way to mash these archetypes together into singular cards, and I love when that stuff happens. I'm giving it a 5 on that one. This does put us at a 12 on the Nova scale.
We'll take that.
All right.
Take it.
Well, hey, thank you both so much for stopping by. Anything else you'd like to say to the audience before we move on to our next speaker?
Sorry, I'm getting a call from Aster. For some reason, we've been getting reports of a no-mouth people going on about some mafia boss.
No-mouth people?
1000?
Oh my god, you gotta check in on that.
Yeah, I gotta go. See you next month.
Yeah, the interdimensional portal is down the hall. Take a left. Go by the existential phenomenons. You can't miss it.
That's what that was?
Thanks for directions. Bye.
All right, take care.
That's what that was? Oh, wow. Also, I will be presenting cards hopefully this month if my my artist buddy will be done in time, hopefully.
Ooh.
So I'm looking forward to taking this in.
All right, custom art for custom cards. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thanks, Nova.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep. Bye.
What a delightful crew. What a delightful crew. Alrighty, let me double check. See if we got our next person. Warthog Crusader is up next. This is those cards. We're going to put this right. That one. They're right here. Okay. Warthog Crusader, whenever you are ready, please approach the auditorium so that you might present what looks like the classiest DDD monster I've ever seen in my life.
I'm here. I've been here for quite a moment.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Well, dang, now I can hear you, son of a gun. Alrighty. So, what did you bring for us today? What offerings will you be showing to the audience right now?
DD cards I wish have existed for a while, mixed in with a brand new summoning type. That's in the side deck. You're only allowed to look at that after we look through everything else.
Okay, got it. We'll keep our hands off the side deck for now. Okay. So, let's start with DDD Regenerating Pharaoh. Please help me with the pronunciation on this one.
Hatepsu.
Oh, that seems way simpler than it looks. Oh my gosh.
It's Egyptian.
That's fair.
Yeah. So if you actually wanted to start to the third card, because I realized you should probably start with the spell that can summon it before the monsters that get summoned.
Ah, got it. Instead, we will be looking at Dark Contract with the Sarcophagus, a continuous spell card, and during your main phase, you can ritual summon a Fiend Ritual monster from your hand, Pendulum Zone, or face-up extra deck, by tributing monsters from your hand or field whose total levels exceed its level. After you ritual summon a DDD monster, the next time you would take effect damage in the standby phase, reduce the damage you would take by 1,000 per each level that exceeded the level of the ritual monster you summoned for its summon. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the ritual summon, to the summon of a ritual monster or their effects, and once per turn, during your standby phase, take 2,000 damage. Okay, so like, if you what is their level? Their level is 7. So if
7
you
and 9.
attributed 9 levels worth, you could just negate the damage from Dark Contract.
Yeah, almost like you're supposed to summon Hatshepsut with Ramesses or something.
Wait a sec. That's Ramses. What? Alrighty, do you want to go to the other spell, or do we go back to the rituals now?
Well, I just wanted to know, did the ritual spell make sense in the restrictions I gave it and the benefits?
Let me double check here. Okay, so we're able to summon them from the Pendulum Zone or Face Up Extra Deck because they are Pendulum Ritual monsters. And that makes sense because ever since Necroz happened, you can Ritual Summon from anywhere, so it doesn't matter, so that's fine. That's good.
But the levels have to exceed, meaning you can't use 2 of the same monster.
Oh, I did totally skip over that. That is different, so we have to be over the amount. Interesting, okay. After you Ritual Summon a DDD, we did cover that one, I think, pretty effectively.
Yeah.
And then it's also a Magical Meltdown for your Ritual monsters, and then the usual Dark Contract stuff. Did I skip over anything?
Not that I can think of. Maybe the fact that, say, you summon Hatshepsut using a level 12 monster, you won't take 5,000 points of damage during your standby phase.
All right. Well,
because it doesn't have to be from Sarcophagus. It can be from any contract it reduces the damage of.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, it does say the next time you would take damage. So, the only issue would be that, like, it'll only trigger on, like, the next damage you take and it won't carry over. It doesn't have, like... But, like, I don't think there's a clause in the game that's for, like, the next X amount of damage you take, you ignore it instead kind of deal. So I don't know how you would translate it to that, if that makes sense.
I didn't want to bloat a ritual type spell with an effect tracker, so I just threw my hands up in the air and went, screw it. You declare whichever one goes first and just remove the damage from that.
Yeah. Now that you can do. You can totally do that. Alright, so let's go back to DDD Regenerating Pharaoh Hatshepsut, a level 7 ritual Pendulum Fiend monster with 2800 attack and 2300 defense. As a pendulum spell, when you pendulum summon a DD monster, you can target DD and or Dark Contract cards in your graveyard and or face up extra deck equal to the number of monsters you pendulum summon this turn and add them to your hand. Oh my god. And as a monster, you can ritual summon this card with Dark Contract with the Sarcophagus. While this card is in an extra monster zone, this card is unaffected by your opponent's card effects and cannot be attributed. If this card is special summoned, you can target up to 5 DD monsters in your graveyard and either add them to your hand or special summon them to your field and attack position. Then if you summoned any DDD monsters with this effect, return them to your hand and deal 500 damage to both you and your opponent for each DDD monster added to your hand by this effect. Good gravy. Pharaoh ain't messing around.
Yeah. Supposedly, if I remember correctly, the first female pharaoh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Would you like some background on why I chose the effects I did?
Oh, please.
So Hatshepsut, for most of their reign, which was, if I remember correctly, 60 years, they mainly just went around restoring a bunch of historical sites.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, people basically followed her because she was respecting history and all that, and even like helping like towns basically get better infrastructure instead of being mud huts. That's
nice.
Yeah. Unfortunately, her name was ripped off of everything she ever accomplished in history.
What the hell?
Yeah.
It wouldn't happen to have anything to do with the fact that it was the woman pharaoh, huh?
Actually, it wasn't. It was because she made the first ever obelisks, and people wanted to claim that as their own.
Man, those people.
Exactly.
You know what? From now on, it's Hatshepsut the Tormentor. I ain't calling it obelisk anymore.
Okay, that's funny. All right, let's keep going.
Okay. Next up is DDD Conquering Pharaoh Ramses, a level 9, scale 11, ritual, pendulum, fiend monster with 3300 attack, 2600 defense. As a pendulum spell, once per turn you contribute a DD monster you control, send to the graveyard all cards your opponent controls in the same column as the attributed monster, And if you tributed a DDD monster, banish all those cards instead. As a monster, you can ritual summon this card with Dark Contract with Sarcophagus. While this card is in the extra monster zone, this card is unaffected by your opponent's card effects and cannot be tributed. If this card is special summoned, you can gain control of up to 5 monsters your opponent controls, then change all of those monsters to attack position, and treat all of those cards as DD Savant cards. Huh. Once per turn, all DD Savant cards you control gain 500 attack for each Dark Contract card you control and in your graveyard. If this card in your main monster zone is removed from the field, you can destroy one spell or trap card you control to place this card in an open pendulum zone. Boy howdy, that's a lot of effects, but I'm really hung up on the DD Savant card. Is there a reason why we specifically made them Savants?
Well, 2 reasons. 1, historical merit, and 2, I thought it would be funny.
That's a valid one, but I want to know what the historic one is.
So, historically, Ramses, one of his great achievements was going around to other places, conquering them, and then taking their armies and adding it to his.
Okay, so that explains why we're just stealing all of our opponent's monsters.
Yeah. And a thing noted, I don't remember where I got this information, but something I remember about some people that he did take into his army is a lot of them would then just stop being soldiers and became basically ancient scientists, basically.
Oh.
And would research into things. And what does DD already have of researchers? The savants.
Well, okay. It scans.
Plus, when you take the opponent's monsters, now they're considered DD monsters. Go nuts with fusion, synchro, ritual, and all that.
Yeah! Well, okay then. That is pretty powerful. Holy cow.
Yep.
Alright, Forbidden Dark Contract with the Entities is a continuous spell card. When a DDD monster of the below card type or a DDD monster is summoned by a below type, is summoned to your field, you can activate the appropriate effects once per turn. Tributed. Your opponent cannot activate effects of monsters with a lower level or rank than the monster summoned. Link monsters are treated as level 0. Hilarious. Ritual. Change the attack and defense of all monsters your opponent controls to 0. Link. Draw cards equal to its link rating -1. Okay. Exceeds... Oh, this wouldn't happen to be our new summon type, would it?
The new summon type, yep.
Okay. Target all cards your opponent controls, and in their hand, send all those cards to the graveyard. Then, if your opponent still controls a card, banish all cards then they control face down, and your opponent pays 1,000 for each Dark Contract you control. Once per turn during your standby phase, take 3,000 damage. Wolf?
Yeah. The new summoning type is the hardest one to do, in my personal opinion, and so getting a big bonus thing like this is your reward.
Yeah, they just vanish from existence at that point. So, bully for them.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go right to the extra deck to avoid the side deck. Not allowed to look right now.
Yep.
DD Corrosive Slime is a level 3 Fiend Synchro monster with 1,500 attack and defense, requiring a Fiend Tuner and one or more Fiend-type non-tuner monsters as material. If this card is Synchro summoned using only DD monsters, you can target one monster your opponent controls and destroy it. While this card is in your graveyard, if you summon a DD monster from your extra deck, you can activate the following effect. You can pay 1,000 life points and banish this card from your grave, then target one card in your opponent's hand and destroy it. Okay. You can only use one effect per turn and only once per turn. Alright, so thankfully you're not able to just rapid fire both of those in the same turn.
Yes. I somehow had restraint the 3 years ago I made that card.
Ah. How does current you feel about that?
Oh, I wish I made put a little flavor thing in where you could use both the little slimes to summon it. But
that's cute.
Yeah.
Like as an alternate summon thing, it's like, oh, don't look at that. As like an alternate summon thing, it's like if these are both on the field or if they're both in the graveyard, you can banish them to get it.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sick.
And also, he is the first just DD extra deck monster.
You know what? That's fair. I thought something was off, and so thank you for pointing that out. Yeah. It's good to see that the little guys can have some extra deck space, too.
Yeah. And now onto my favorite one out of the bunch.
DDD Survivor King Odysseus, a level 5 Fiend Dark Synchro monster with 2200 attack and 1600 defense, requiring a DD tuner and one or more non-tuner monsters as material. If this card is synchro summoned, you can place a Dark Contract continuous spell or trap card from your deck face up on your side of the field. Cool. If this card is in your graveyard or is banished, you can banish a DD monster from your grave and destroy a Dark Contract on your field or in your hand. Special summon this card in attack position. If this card is special summoned, you can change as many monsters your opponent controls to face down defense position, then change as many monsters your opponent controls to face up attack position, and their effects are negated, then change all monsters your opponent controls attack to 0, then this card can attack all monsters your opponent controls once each. Man, those suitors are fucked.
Oh, so you know the story.
I'm a little familiar with Odysseus. I assume that we're going through all of these hoops to make sure that we get rid of not only any like bonuses that they have, but they also get rid of like any lingering effects they have, like those weird Yang Zing effects.
So the funny thing is, I didn't realize it would do all that. I just did it because it would simulate a day and night cycle, which is what Odysseus did.
Oh.
He tricked all the suitors to go into a place, go to sleep, and when they woke up, they didn't have their weapons, and he killed them all. And so I showed that with them not having their effects or attack. And then I only realized afterwards, it would remove a bunch of effects that were given to them, like Djinn stuff, and it would remove equip cards because they went face down.
And you're so smart. You're so smart.
Thank you. But also, notice there is no once per turn on that revive.
Oh, no. Oh, no. And it's a synchro, so you can use it for all kinds of ill-begotten synchro monsters.
But here's the issue. You basically have to be playing DDs because you have to destroy a Dark Contract and banish a material in the grave.
That's true. You do kind of need to have like the complete global saturation to be able to use this effect consistently.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well that's awesome. And then we just have Stone High King Darius now. Okay.
Because they didn't make one. Why?
Come on. You're just gonna leave Darius out there by himself in the cold? You're gonna let Caesar be the only cool Xyz monster? Get out of here.
Well, Caesar, Alexander, and Flame King all have high versions.
Yeah.
And they're all the element ones. Darius didn't.
And they just left Darius in the cold.
Yeah.
Darius needs his brother Draven. Hey, look. You can't be making League references right now. I haven't even shown off how much time I've sunk into Legends of Runeterra yet, okay? You can't do that. Anyway, rank 7 Fiend Tuner Xyz monster. No, let the laugh out. Go ahead. I want you to have all your giggles.
Well, I just gotta wait.
Okay, alright. Requiring 2 or more level 7 DD monsters. You can also Xyz summon this card by using a DDD Xyz monster you control as Xyz material. It does the whole transfer thing. Once per turn during either player's turn, you can detach any number of Xyz material from this card, destroy a spell or trap card your opponent controls for each. Then if you detached a DD pendulum monster, you can draw a card for each Dark Contract face up on the field for each card destroyed by this effect. Draw a card for each on the field.
It's hard to give a restriction to that effect.
Oh, so it's up to the amount of cards you destroyed?
Yes, it has to basically kind of match. Like, if you destroy 5 cards your opponent controls, but you only have 3 face-up contracts, you only get to draw 3. And if you have 5 contracts and only destroyed 3, you would only get to draw 3.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So it would be like, if you detached a DD Pendulum monster, you can draw a card for each Dark Contract face-up on your field up to the number of cards destroyed by this effect.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, I get it now. That's pretty dope. Why is it a tuner?
And now you may reveal one of your choice of the new summoning type.
I'm going to do the second one because in the tiny size this looks very interesting. DDD Super Doom King Chaos Armageddon.
Now, I'm not sure if you can show it on stream, but you can go see that image I sent in the Discord of what these cards are supposed to look like, because I can't edit.
Good. Now I can show this off. Okay. All right. Here you go, folks. This is what the border should look like. Dude, Machine Angel Aquarian Mars looks kind of a baddie. Not gonna lie.
A friend of mine made me that template a long time ago when I asked him to help me figure out a template for these. And that was, 5 years ago at this point?
Memories.
Because Synchro XYZ monsters being merged together have always been a thing I've been waiting for ever since we got revealed pendulum monsters.
Yeah, and they literally kind of do that on, like, the Zark stuff. So, like, what's the issue, Konami? Give us our other card types. Let them fuse.
Yeah. And so, how to summon a Kitziz monster? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm the one who made it.
That seems like something you should know.
Yeah, but I mashed two words together that should not have been mashed.
Okay, so how do we summon these Synchro monsters?
Basically a Synchro summon, but the tuner has to be an XYZ monster.
But the math still lines up, like the rank is treated as like the level for... Okay, alright. That seems actually pretty solid. Yeah. Let's go ahead and check in with DDD Super Doom King Chaos Armageddon, a level, what is that, 10?
Combined total 10, rank 7, level 3.
Okay, wait, hold on a second. So it's printed as a level 10 monster, but it's treated as a rank 7 and a level 3 monster at the same time?
Yeah, so Burning the Mighty only makes him lose 300.
Okay, that's goofy. Alright. I'm in on this. I'm invested. Scale 3, 4,500 attack, 4,000 defense.
You didn't change the screen, Nova.
No. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I was so enamored.
We all are.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay. 4,500 attack, 4,000 defense, scale 3. As a pendulum spell, during your main phase, you can pay life points in multiples of 1,000 to banish cards on the field for each 1,000 you paid. Then all damage your opponent takes for the rest of the turn is halved after you use this effect. Monster effect. Synchro monster, level 3, rank 7, requiring a DDD tuner Xyz monster and one or more just one non-tuner DDD Synchro monster as material.
Mm-hmm. Because there's only one.
Yeah, why would we have more than one, right? Why would we ever do that?
Oh, that's a misspell.
Oh, let's see if we can find it.
You already said it.
Oh, okay. Which one did I miss?
It's supposed to say DD Synchro Monster.
Oh, just not DDD?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I would have just believed you. I thought we would need DDDs.
Well, no, the only level 3 Synchro Monster is the slime.
Right. Okay. Cannot be pendulum summoned unless you have a card with Super Doom in its name in your pendulum zone. Treat this as either level 3 or level 10 for a pendulum summon. This card's summon and effect cannot be negated, and this card is unaffected by your opponent's card effects. Thrice per turn, when you gain or lose life points, you banish one card on your opponent's field or in their graveyard. If this card in a monster zone is removed from the field, you can place this card in your pendulum zone. I have to move on to the next one before I lose all my momentum here. We have to talk about the next one.
Well, you're going to hurt after this next one, unfortunately.
Oh, good. Okay. DDD First King of Rome Romulus. A level 12 Synchro monster with 4,000 attack, 4,000 defense, requiring a DDD tuner Xyz monster and a non-tuner DDD Synchro monster as material that is treated as a level 5 monster and a rank 7 monster. If this card is Synchro summoned, Your opponent sends cards from their hand to the graveyard for each Xyz material on monsters used for this card's summon. This card is unaffected by your opponent's card effects. This card cannot be tributed or uses material for the summon of a fusion, synchro, Xyz, or link monster, except for the summon of a DDD monster, and once per turn you can target up to 2 DD monsters in your graveyard and or are banished. Special summon those targets. Then if you summon 2 monsters, your opponent takes 100 damage, takes 100 damage times the difference of the 2 monsters' levels. If you only summon 1 monster with this effect, or if 1 or both monsters don't have a level, your opponent instead takes 500 damage, equal to how many Dark Contract cards are in your graveyard. And at the start of your standby phase, your opponent chooses which effect to apply for the rest of the turn. Either during this turn, you, the opponent of this card's controller, takes any effect damage they would take instead, or during this turn, your opponent, the controller of this card, gains life points equal to double any effect damage a card says they would be dealt with.
Sorry about that. I knew as soon as I finished, it's like, okay, I got all the effects written down. And when I looked up and saw how small the text was on that mock-up of the card, it's like, and I have now truly become a custom card Yu-Gi-Oh maker.
I'm literally calling Jewits right now. That whole Endymion video that you made about how long Yu-Gi-Oh card text is, it's gone. It's obsolete now. We have crushed it. That's so much. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to be honest. I don't think I can do like an objective review of this card. It just does so many things, and it's going to kill you for it.
Well, so a concept I've been running around with in my own game and Yu-Gi-Oh cards is, do you want to make cards that just say, you win? Like, just have the flat-out text like Exodia, you win. Or do you want to give players cards that basically say you win? Which is more fun?
And honestly, what you just did is more fun. Because I want to make sure that I'm winning by crushing my opponent with really interesting and powerful cards. So congratulations.
Yeah. And the very last effect was the hardest one to make, and I, thoroughly written it out, so that way it would do everything I wanted it to. Can I explain what I wanted it to do?
Go ahead.
I wanted it to work with the fusion monster Dark in the DD archetype.
Yeah.
Where with Romulus, when a Dark Contract activates, you would gain, say it says 1,000. You would gain 2,000 from it. But then with the Dark Fusion monster, you would gain another 1,000.
Yeah, because Dark is a replacement effect, whereas this one is like an effect that would cause you to deal damage. If that would just activate, you also gain this amount of life points as well.
Correct. And so without Dark, you gain a net of 1,000 life points.
Got it. Whew,
yeah,
okay.
Sorry for the complication.
No, it's... Okay. All right. Any interactions or anything that we haven't touched on that we want to share with the audience before we move on to our next... or move on to the Nova scale, rather?
There's no hard once per turn on the new summoning ones?
Because why would there be?
Well, if you can get up 2, you get a clap from me and possibly $5 because you summoned 2 things that I presumed were stupidly hard to summon.
Exactly.
Like, I was trying to make combo lines of ooh, what's the fastest way to get these out? You basically have to use all 5 cards in your hand just to get one of these guys out.
And once you do, the game is over.
Not really. You need the follow-up.
I don't know. Romulus seems like you're not interacting with it at all, and that it just kills you. But in a cool way.
Well, the opponent gets to choose how they die.
Okay, yeah. Good for them. I like when they choose. They get to have a little existential crisis before they go to negative 1 billion life points. Alrighty. Well, I'll go ahead and bring out the Nova scale then.
One last thing I did want to say.
Uh-huh.
With these, it will be the first archetype that can purely use sexist summon.
I'm gonna presume you said sextant summon.
Yes. My mic is terrible.
Man, I thought my followers were allies, but they're out here doing sexist summons. God damn. I guess you cultivate your audience, huh?
It's true, and it's totally not like I'm hungry and denied myself getting food thinking, oh, this will be quick. I'll go up there, send out my cards, and then go to McDonald's and get some food.
Okay, actually, I had that exact same issue getting the stream started, so I understand. Folks, it's sextant summon, alright? Let's all be on the same page here. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and get these numbers put down, otherwise I'm never getting anywhere. Okay, so novelty. So we're starting with DDDs, so we're already starting from a point of card design that's already been set up here. We are, by nature of making a whole other summoning type, though, it feels like I should cancel it out. So we've got things like, we're also adding pendulum rituals in here, which of course have been known quantities in exactly a single monster up till this point. I think we can give it a 4 on novelty and be fairly safe here. Objectivity. I add this here. I give this score this number purely because you did a great job of creating some very powerful monsters. It is getting a 1 because I'm scared about how they're going to crush a format they get introduced into. Not because it's bad. It's just really strong.
2-0. Everyone cosplays Raiji Akuba.
Alright, versatility. Do these cards see play in other archetypes? I don't know. Like, even if I take out the fact that the Ixi Synchro cards require DDD specifically, so you could never summon these things outside of that, the ritual monsters don't feel like they work outside the archetype at all. You could, of course, bring in, like, ritual support, I guess, but I think that's different than just being played on other decks. I guess technically it works with just all fiends, because they're all fiends. So I'm going to go ahead and get this a 2. That's a reverse 2. A 2 on versatility. And for awesomeness, I mean, you made a whole new summoning type, and I had to read that, and I had to learn how this functions, and it has a cool frame, and I think it's awesome. So it's getting a 5.
Woo!
So you guys are getting a 12 on the Nova scale. These DDDs are pretty funky. Holy cow. Do you have any other thoughts or anything else to leave the audience with before we conclude this section of the stream?
Yeah, I'm going to take a note from the last people that presented. I will be making a custom archetype with custom artwork and lore.
Oh, boy. Oh, buddy.
That's if I can get it done. If not, I'll be taking a page from, I think they were yesterday or the day before. I'll be making some dual terminal fan stuff, basically.
Ooh, I'm ready. I got bells on my toes right now.
I need to go get a sandwich.
Oh, yeah, please eat now. Enjoy, please. Take care. Have a good one, all right?
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
How do I get out of here?
Good luck with the sandwich. Okay. All right, that is our first... Oh, my God. We've already been here for 2 hours. We've only covered 4 people. Oh, my God. That's double the... Folks, I'm so bad at this. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break. It is my prescribed break time. I'm going to go ahead and put on some music. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to grab some water. Feel free to converse amongst yourselves. And I'm going to throw up a little bit of an ad. Do we start timing you? Well, like, I'll find something eventually. It's just, I think I just have to, like, also, like, make more structured rules here, because I just kind of, like, let people talk. I think I just need to figure out, like, more things to focus all of this in, like, the rules for all of this. So We'll try to figure it out. Not next time because people have already paid for this month, but I'll try to figure out something for the month afterwards, just so we have some rules here. That being said, I am having a ton of fun seeing what all of you have made. It's really, really funky. I'm going to throw on some of that music. If the playlist will show itself, where did the playlist go? Music. Where are you? Where did you go? Are you hiding? Are you hiding all the way down here for no reason? It was hiding higher than it was supposed to be. Here it is. Okay, folks. Hang tight. I'll be back in about 5. I'm going to refill my water. I'm going to eat some of this food. See all of you in a second. Take care.
there's no backing down. The heart of the cards is where magic is found. We've played this game before, but never quite this way. It's like an all-out war with monsters that obey. Yu-Gi-Oh! He's the king of games. Yu-Gi-Oh! King of games. Nowhere to turn now, the traps have been set. Play that one last surprise, hey, it ain't over yet. They've got the upper hand, but that won't last for long. It's time to take a stand and show that you're strong. Yu-Gi-Oh! He's the king of games. Yu-Gi-Oh! Hey! Egyptian secrets are revived. Ancient powers have survived. Wrong from right's not black and white. Friends will help to win the fight. Solve the puzzle's mystery. Unlock a hero's destiny. Now alter egos. No one knows. Side by side they fight their foes. It's time to duel. These dual identities, they struggle for control. Two personalities inhabiting one soul. It's not a match you're in. It's much more like a brawl. The only way to win, you got to get on. There's no backing down. The heart of the cards is where magic is found. We've played this game before, but never quite this way. It's like an all-out war with monsters that obey. Yu-Gi-Oh! He's the king of games. Yu-Gi-Oh! Hey! Yu-Gi-Oh! He's the king of games. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh!
Alright, folks, we're back. I had food. I've got water. Let's grab our next presenter, Leonon, the Beluga Master. I'm here. Hey, Beluga Master, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you, Nova?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm hanging in there. Looking forward to seeing what you've brought for all of our viewing delight today. Go ahead and wait. No, that's the... Oh, no, we're fine. Okay. This is the right scene. I was just... Didn't have faith in myself. We'll fix that one of these days. Anyway, going to that, there. All right. So, I am seeing the Tormin cards. Or is it Tormine?
Tormine.
Tormine. Alrighty. So, what can you tell us about this archetype before we get into the nitty-gritty?
I'm a giant fan of Mecha, which is part of the reason why I have such a big love for Earth Arctics and Tritrons.
Awesome.
And one of the things that you see a lot in Mecha are the little, like, laser bits.
Love me some. I love bits. They're so cool.
And I wanted to find a way to emulate that in Yu-Gi-Oh!
All right, I dig. All right, well then let's see if you succeeded. With Tormine Training Grounds, a field spell card, you contribute a machine-type link monster you control to special summon a level 4 or lower ritual monster from your deck. This is treated as a ritual summon. When a level 4 or lower machine or psychic-type ritual monster is summoned to your field, you can special summon 2 attack bits, which are level 2 light machine monsters with 1500 attack and 100 defense. You can only use each of these effects of Tormine Training Grounds once per turn, and while you control a machine-type token, you take no battle damage. Tactical Tormin Wall, quick play spell card. If an opponent's card or effect would destroy a machine or psychic type effect monster you control, tribute a token, negate that effect, then special summon a shield bit token, which is a level 2 light machine monster with 100 attack and 1500 defense. Tormine Graduation is a ritual spell card. You can use this card to ritual summon any level 4 or lower machine or psychic ritual monster, and you must tribute monsters on your field or hand whose level equals the level of the ritual monster. Exactly. You can only use the following effect of Tormine Graduation once, or this effect of Tormine, or the following effect of Tormine Graduation once per turn. If a token you control is tributed or destroyed, you can banish this card from your graveyard, special summon up to 2 machine or psychic ritual or link monsters from your grave to your field. That's pretty nifty. Next up is Tormine Candidate, a level 2 light attribute psychic monster. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Tormine spell card to your hand from either your deck or your graveyard. If this card is tributed for the ritual summon of a level 4 or lower machine or psychic type ritual monster, you can special summon a bit token. And this card itself has 100 attack and 1500 defense. Tormine Advanced Trainer is a level 2 light machine monster with 1500 attack and 100 defense. If you link summon a machine type link monster, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card battles an opponent's monster before damage calculation, destroy this card and send the opponent's monster to the graveyard. You can banish this card from your graveyard, target a card your opponent controls, and destroy it.
That effect, you'll see a lot of times in mecha anime where the rookie in a trainer just goes on a suicide run. That's
right.
what this is supposed to emulate.
Got it. Okay. I was like, is this supposed to be thematic? And I'm glad it was. Alrighty, Tormine Top Pilot is a level 4 light attribute psychic ritual monster with 1100 attack and 2500 defense. When this card is ritual summoned, special summon a level 4 or lower machine or psychic type monster from your graveyard, but negate its effects. You can only activate this effect of Tormine Top Pilot once per turn, and while you control this card, level 4 or lower machine or psychic type monsters you control with 1500 or less attack can attack your opponent directly. Oh, I think the attack bits are going to have a lot of fun with that.
Mm-hmm.
Tormine Assault Mech is a level 4 light attribute machine ritual monster with 2500 attack and 1100 defense. If a machine type token you control destroys an opponent's monster or does battle damage, you contribute that token and special summon an attack bit. You can use this effect of Tormine Assault Mech once up to thrice per turn. Oh, okay. So you hit with a bit, you swap it out for another bit, which can then attack again.
Yes.
That's funky. While you control this monster, all level 4 or lower machine and psychic type monsters you control gain 250 attack and defense for each monster card you control. Okay. And lastly, Tormine Utility Package, a Link 1 light attribute machine link monster with a bottom right arrow. If this card is link summoned, you can add a Tormine monster card to your hand from your deck or grave. You can only use this effect of Utility Package once per turn. This card can't attack directly, and while you control this card, level 4 or lower machine and psychic type monsters you control can't be destroyed. And this card has 1500 attack. Okay, so from what I'm gathering here, it's kind of just like a beatdown strategy. We can summon some shield bits as blockers sometimes, but we have ways to turn those into attack bits, which we can then rush into our opponent once their shields are down and just smash them for game.
Yeah.
Cool. Sorry, go ahead.
It's when I was making this archetype, I designed it to be like a deck build pack archetype.
Ooh.
Where it's a small, tight package that is semi-generic.
That makes sense. I'm seeing a lot of things that just focus on like machine and psychics. That's cool. There was another thing I was thinking of while we were getting this put together. I'm trying to figure out what I was thinking. The machine... Do we have a machine ritual monster? We do Assault Mech. We could search this with Cyber Emergency, right?
Yes.
Because it's a light monster that can't be normal summoned or set, so... That's pretty nifty. Feeds into the whole idea. You could play a bunch of Gradius cards. Was the idea to... Or not the idea, but have you thought of how this interacts with things like the Gradius cards?
No. But I did do some looking, specifically in regards to the ritual spell. The only other ritual card that this restriction applies to is Magic Key Betos Buster.
Which restriction?
The level 4 or lower machine or psychic type ritual.
Level 4 or lower. Oh, so you could also use this to make Betos Buster. Got it.
Yes. And it is, at this point in time, the only card that currently exists in actual Yu-Gi-Oh! That this ritual spell can summon.
Folks, get Red Mage in here. We got to figure out how this combines with Magic Key. We got to get the whole 17-step combo. We must simply have it. Alrighty. Well, this seems like a pretty nifty archetype. Are there any interactions that we haven't brought to light that you want to talk to the audience about, or do you want to move on to the Nova scale?
There is one thing, the Assault Mech. It specifically checks for monster cards, so pendulum scales also buff your attack and defense.
Okay, so that was intentional. That's good. That was good.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, but which I should have asked if I was wondering, but yeah, good on you. What machine pendulum monsters do you think we get splashed in there?
You know, I didn't think that far ahead. I kind of want to see what other people would come up with.
That's fair. And also, and also to be fair, it doesn't say that it has to be a machine pendulum monster, because it just counts how many monster cards you have. So
yep.
That's bad on me. Well, yeah, that seems pretty nifty. Got any other things you want to share with everyone?
I mean, no, we've kind of covered everything.
Alrighty. Then it is my honor and privilege to begin the Nova scale. Alright, so Novelty. How unique is this? Well, I feel like there's a tingling in the back of my head that there does exist a machine and psychic archetype, but for the life of me, I can't think of it. And I think what I'm actually doing is just conflating the mechanical aesthetics of early psychic monsters with the actual type. So I don't think we actually have a theme that does this. On top of that, Cosmo. Oh my god. Ian, thank you so much for pointing that out, and I feel like a big silly goofus. Golly. Everyone is immediately... Folks, I swear I like Star Wars. I swear. I swear. I'm sorry. Chat came after me on that one. It was great. Get Ozed. I will simply be Ozed. Okay. That being said... That being said, the Tormines do not operate on the same axis as Cosmos. They have their own special playstyle. I like the token focused battle playstyle of the deck. Because I know there are decks that have like tokens and care about tokens. But I don't think there is one that is focused on summoning multiple tokens and using those as like the attack force. The closest thing I can think of is like generators, but they use those tokens as like a resource and or defensively, so it's not the same here.
And to be fair, the intention is to also use the tokens as fodder for the ritual, because everything is level 2. Yeah.
So that helps you. I don't know if rank up is the right word, but it helps get you up there.
Mm-hmm.
Phantasm Spiral. Well, Phantasm Spiral is another one of those things where it's like, I would say it's more closer to adventure than what's going on here, because that's like a big token that does things, as opposed to having multiple little ones. So for novelty, I think we can give it a 5 on this one. I think this is a new and interesting playstyle for a new and interesting era that we live in. Objectivity. Is this correctly formatted? Is the power level in line with things? I think problem-solving card text here is good. You pointed out to me that it was intentional to make the monster card was the check here, which I thought was really cool. So I don't think we have to worry about things not being up to snuff on that one. Power level-wise, I am always concerned about decks that summon a whole bunch of tokens, but doesn't apply any restrictions on how you can use those tokens. My 2 questions right now are, did I pass over any, like, archetypal locks that we would put ourselves in? And also, how many tokens are you generally making with this deck in a single turn?
Generally speaking, in a single turn, going into your battle phase, you will at most have 3. And with Assault Mech, that 3 becomes 6.
Oh. Though in the case of Assault Mech, you are trading out you are effectively giving a token multiple attacks as opposed to like getting more net tokens, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's not too terrible. 3 is still a bit. It's still a bit. I'm gonna go ahead and give this on objectivity. I'm gonna give it a 4. I'm a little scared about what you can get up to by generating so many tokens like that. But I don't see any obvious, like, ridiculously powerful combinations that you can do with those bits. So we're going to get a 4 on that one, with room to grow.
Yeah. I did think about putting restrictions on the tokens, but I wasn't entirely sure how to word it, so I just didn't.
Hey, that's valid. Versatility. Does this see play in multiple decks? Well, I could certainly see it. Like, it's light machines. That's a gigantic archetype. Well, not archetype, but it's certainly a giant theme of cards all on its own. Psychic is also fairly supported. Tormine Cadet is an E-Telly target, and that opens you up to a whole bunch of other stuff. Like punks, gold. I guess gold pride is part of the punk thing and not necessarily e-telly. But there's some splashability in here, and of course the wealth of stuff you can do with just a variety of tokens is pretty good. I'm gonna say that this can get like a... I kind of want to say this gets a 4 in versatility, to be honest.
Yeah, that's honestly kind of what I was expecting. And if Konami ever decides to print more level 4 or lower machine or psychic type rituals, its versatility is only going to go up.
And then awesomeness, it's an archetype of bits. You get to have the cool mecha thing that gets to shoot the little laser things behind the target when they weren't looking there. How dare they try to fight in the space and not be new types? I'm giving it a 5. Core mines are 18. Pour one out to Lala Sung next time you're out at your space docks. And give it 07 to our good friends at Tormine. Thank you very much for showing this out. Any last words for the audience?
I hope everyone's had fun over this week, and I think this is my highest total on the Nova scale yet.
Well, congratulations.
All right.
I should start making like buttons or something that we can send out. I sat through 4 hours of listening to Nova talk about customs, and all I got was the shitty pin. All right. Well, thank you again so much for bringing it in. My pins are shitty, but y'all cards aren't. I hope you have a good one, okay?
You too.
Okay. Now that I've cooled down from being completely owned. Hey, Ian, how's it going? Good to see you. How's it going? I ain't ever living this down. Never, ever. Alrighty, let me double check. Let's go back to the intermission scene really quickly. I'm going to double check to see if I have next. Prepared. Doing good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Alright, so next up is Skybuster Leo. Skybuster, if you want to go ahead and head to the auditorium, please feel free to while I make sure... I've got... okay, it is going to be on Discord. It's right here. Got this pulled up. Ba-dum. I'm good. How's YouTube treating you? It's alright. It's okay. It is about the same as Twitch at this point. I've noticed that some numbers are easier to keep, some are not. So maybe we'll go back to Twitch at some point. Because I haven't found a way to substitute the audience interaction stuff that was all over at Twitch. And I actually think that one of the things I was hoping for was that streaming on YouTube would help with discoverability, and that some of these streams would get like a lot of, and some of them have gotten some views. Like the first custom card stream we did is hovering around 1,000, which is pretty good for a not explained video on the channel. But I also feel like these are hurting my actual content because like Orchest Explained came out on Friday, and it was doing really good, and then I think the stream came out a few hours afterwards, and its rating compared to other videos like tanked. So I think I have to be very careful about doing streaming here in the future. So we're probably gonna head back to Twitch, but that's a whole different can of worms. That's not custom cards. Let me double check here. Did Skybuster say they wanted to present? They did. Skybuster, if you are here, please let me know. So while we aren't doing anything, how do you feel about putting up a card limit for next month? I think what I'm gonna be doing next time I put in restrictions is to like not limit the amount of cards that people can submit, but rather make sure that they give me like the highlight cards, and like those are the guaranteed ones we'll talk about. And that way I can like be all like, okay, here's our timer. We'll make sure that we talk about these specific cards, and then if we have any other ones, we'll cover that, and then we'll do the Nova scale, that kind of thing. I think that's a fair enough compromise to help. Like if someone has like a way to like condense a lot of information quickly to talk about a bunch of cards, they'd be able to do that, and then we're not skimping on people's big archetypes. Oh, I got the stream playing on my Switch because big screen and on my phone for chatting, and now I can hear Nova in stereo. Ooh, ooh. Was that like this past week? Because my video have also been having issues this past week. Yeah. That would have been this past week. It's Shadow Nova. Yeah, actually, while we're waiting for Skybuster, real quick. We can't do a react. I still haven't reacted like I said I would. I'm a big fraud. But what I am going to do is I am going to link my good friend the Empire Ian's channel here. They make some really fun videos. And 3 Shots to Duel is a fantastic show that all of you need to be watching. It is one of the funniest. I hesitate to even call it a limited series, really, because it's not. But it does use one of the funniest deck building restrictions / guidelines ever. Go watch 3 Shots to Duel. It's fantastic. Please do it. We can discuss on Discord. That's a good idea. Okay. Azure Sky, I'm game to present. Azure Shadow, who are you on the Discord?
Hi, I'm Leo.
Whoa! Oh, okay, so that is you on there.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's an old YouTube account.
I thought Azure Shadow was like, I don't mean to be like a jerk or something, but there are some people who will show up and be all like, oh, a patron custom card is for me? So I thought that was just some random person coming by, and I'm like, oh, I don't have the heart to tell them no yet.
Fair, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm glad you've shown up. How you doing, Skybuster?
Doing quite good, and yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. Today's batch, these batches of custom cards have been fantastic.
They've been wild.
Oh, no joke. And I'm sure that we're about to see something even wilder. What do you have to say about your archetype before we get started?
Well, I originally started this as a on its own kind of thing, but then I realized, wait, no. I can make this a technical continuation to my last archetype. So, I'm kind of trying something. I'm trying something a bit new here.
Oh? Are we going to find out what that is while we're talking about it, or am I going to learn about it now?
Well, if you'd like to see the first one.
Sounds good. We're starting with Cataclysm Class Aberration Chronomachy? Chronomachy, thank you. A Link 5 Earth Fiend monster with 3,500 attack, requiring 3 or more monsters with different levels and types, with a top right, top left, down right, and down left arrow. Cannot be special summoned from the extra deck unless your opponent has at least 15 face-down banished cards. Unaffected by your opponent's card effects while your opponent has cards that are banished face-down. And this card can make a number of attacks equal to the number of level 5 or higher aberration monsters you control plus 1. If your opponent would activate a card or effect while you control this card, banish a card your opponent controls. Well, that's big.
Yeah, this one is kind of pulling double duty. This one's both a big story piece to kick off the story of the custom cards I have planned for the foreseeable future, and also a teaser for next month's archetype.
Ooh, all right, okay. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what the aberrations have in store for us. In the meantime, we will check in with Wardenfall, a normal spell card. Activate only if your opponent has cards in each of their pendulum zones. Banish all monsters your opponent controls face down whose levels are exclusively between the pendulum scales of the cards in their pendulum zones. And if you do, banish face up cards in your opponent's extra deck up to the number that were banished on the field. Wow, that is just way to just kill every pendulum monster.
Well, this was designed as a kill card for my last archetype, which is
the Wardens.
Yeah, this is what happened after Chronomachy happened.
Oh goodness. Alrighty. Well, It looks like maybe one of them survived in Jasper Time Lost Warden. They're a level 3 light psychic pendulum monster with a scale of 5 with 1900 attack and 500 defense. As a pendulum spell, during the standby phase as a quick effect, return this card to its owner's hand. The activation of time lost spell or trap cards cannot be negated. As a monster, during the standby phase as a quick effect, you can set a banished time lost spell or trap card. That set card can be activated this turn. And as a quick effect, you can banish a time lost spell or trap card from your deck, and if you do, apply the banished card's effect. If this card would leave the field, place it face up in your pendulum zone. You can only activate each effect of Jasper Time Lost Warden once per turn.
And here we have basically the focus of the time lost cards as a whole.
Banishing a whole bunch of your own spells and traps to try to cycle through their effects.
What I wanted to do with this archetype is I wanted to make something akin to like cards like a labyrinth deck, except the entire gimmick is just based around one monster that basically has an entire arsenal available to it.
And that would be Jasper.
Yeah, and I also kind of wanted to make it a bit different from Sky Striker, because you know Sky Striker does cycles through a whole bunch of different extra deck forms.
Yeah, they do have that kind of locked down as their whole gimmick.
Yeah. So I'm trying something new here.
Cool, cool. All right, next up we have Wandering a Time Lost Route. That's a great name. Activate only if you control no cards in your main or extra monster zones. Banish up to 5 Time Lost cards from your deck face down. While you have cards that are banished face down, your opponent can't target this card with card effects. During each standby phase, your opponent randomly picks one of those cards to add to your hand. So your opponent can't target this card. Okay, so it's like a archetypal, like, what is it, that Spell Chronicle card, but with way less downside.
That's exactly what I was going for. I kind of have a soft spot for the card.
Honestly, it's a really cool card. I'm glad that you've brought it into like a more reasonable zone. Ruins of a Time Lost Castle Chronomus. Field spell card. All time lost monsters you control gain 100. All time lost monsters you control. Is it gain 100 attack for each of your opponent's banished cards?
Yes, it is. My apologies. I forgot a word.
It's okay if I hadn't noticed that. I literally like said it without even like noticing it, so I think I can understand why that would happen. Once per turn during your end phase, you can shuffle 3 time lost spell or trap cards that are banished or in your graveyard into your deck. Okay, so just that gets it all recycled so they aren't lost forever in case your other engines don't work. That's pretty neat.
Essentially a recycle card.
Time Lost Protocol Lyra is a quick play spell card. Is it Lyra or Lyra?
Lyra.
Lyra, okay. When this card is activated, if you control a Time Lost monster, special summon a Time Lost Cyberse monster from your deck. If this card is in your graveyard, you can banish this card, and if you do, banish a Time Lost card from your deck. During your second standby phase after activation, add that card to your hand. Okay, so Gold Sarcophagus with like an E-Telly kind of stapled on there.
Pretty much.
Cool, cool, cool. Time Lost Consciousness Lyra is a level 1 light Cyberse monster with 0 attack and defense. If a Time Lost monster is summoned from your extra deck, you can special summon this card from your hand or grave. While you control another Time Lost monster, your opponent cannot target this card with card effects or select this card as an attack target. If this card leaves the field, you can banish a monster your opponent controls until your second standby phase after activation. So you get it for free when you summon something from the extra deck. Then it's just a round. It can't be hit by anything if you have something else. And then if it goes, it temporary banishes. Okay, I get it. That's nifty. Alright, next up is Time Lost Technique Rift Cutter. Normal trap card. Activate only if you control a Time Lost monster whose original attack is 1900. I wonder who that could be.
Gee, who knows?
Choose one of your opponent's main monster zones. Destroy all cards in the occupying zone and all adjacent zones. Ooh, I love it when cards do this. We gotta bring back more of that Springans energy.
Yeah, because Explorer kind of turned me on to that whole idea, and I kind of love the whole idea of just AoE attacks.
Targeting? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not targeting you. I'm targeting the ground you're standing on. Alright, next up is Time Lost Technique Momentary Stasis. A normal trap card that you can activate only if you control a Time Lost monster whose original attack is 1900. If a monster would activate an effect, banish that monster until its controller's second standby phase after activation. Okay. Just more temp banish to get them out of here, and then they count as being banished for all your card effects.
Yeah.
Alright, Determination of the Time Lost. Continue a spell card, activate only if you control no monsters, or if you only control Time Lost monsters. Your opponent cannot negate the activated effects of Time Lost monsters, and when you activate a Time Lost spell or trap card, immediately after this effect resolves, banish a card your opponent controls. And that one's forever.
Yep.
That's strong. Holy cow.
Hard control.
Sorry, say again?
Hard control.
Yeah, and it looks like that effect doesn't have a once per turn on it anywhere.
Oh,
Like,
so it does not. I intended for that to be a hard once per turn.
Oh my god, that's gonna... Oh, wow. Okay, we have found the win condition of the deck, folks. Next up is Voyage of the Time Lost, a normal spell card. Activate only if you control no monsters, or if you only control Time Lost monsters. Special summon a Time Lost monster with 1900 attack from your deck. Then if you have no banished Time Lost cards, add a card from your deck to your hand that mentions a Time Lost card, except a copy of this card. Okay, that's pretty good. More getting cards into rotation, searching new cards. Especially earlier in the game when your Time Losts aren't actually out of your deck yet. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I kind of borrowed a Mobilize Engage of this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Next is Time Lost Wanderer Jasper, a Link 1 Psychic Light Monster with a downward pointing arrow and 1900 attack. So now we have another 1900 Time Lost. Requires any Time Lost monster's material. If this card is Link summoned, shuffle up to 3 face-down banished cards into your deck, and if you do, draw a card. If a Time Lost monster you control attacked your opponent directly and dealt battle damage while this card is in your graveyard, you can shuffle that monster into the deck, and if you do, special summon this card. Okay. That's pretty cool. So we get to, like, it doesn't trigger the recycle to draw effect whenever you do that, but you can just bring it back, and it's just like a cool 1900.
Pretty much.
And I guess that resets, what is it, Jasper Regular?
I believe so.
Cool, alright. And then lastly we have Time Lost but Not Forgotten. Normal spell card. Special summons a Warden monster from your deck. It can't attack and is banished during the end phase. You can only activate 1 Time Lost but Not Forgotten per turn. Huh. So I guess that just works with all of our previous archetype, but then of course it also works with Jasper too, in case you need to get Jasper out.
Pretty much. I also wanted the flavor of this to be like, oh, he's remembering his old comrades.
I do like the flavor you've been doing with all these cards. It's very nice. I can already kind of like imagine the setting that this card is going through. I don't know if it's accurate at all to what you're actually imagining, but it is very evocative nonetheless.
Well, that's what I was trying to go for. But and hey, if I got through to at least one person, then hey, I'm calling that a victory.
Alrighty. Are there any interactions or anything else that we haven't touched on that you want to highlight for the audience?
Well, I kind of wanted this to be a bit of a kind of like Fallen of Alba slash Visas Starfrost. So expect to see more Time Lost cards in the future.
Hey, I do love me some continuous lore cards. God, I do not know how to make that sound like I'm not sounding really sarcastic. I really am. I try to think of like cooler words to say it with, and I end up sounding like I'm like, oh, that's sarcastic. No, I'm looking forward to it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. So, without further ado, Nova Scale time?
By all means.
Alrighty. So, novelty. What is the new thing that this archetype brings to the table? I know we said that we were trying to avoid taking Sky Striker's Thunder by doing something different. We care about having a bunch of banished cards. We also have some cards. We also have a number of archetypes that work well with banish and care about banished cards. So that's not necessarily the angle here. I should start asking this more often. What do you feel is a unique spin of the Time Lost cards?
I feel the main thing I wanted to get past was you're mainly just staring down this one 1900 attack card this entire game. And until you get rid of it, you have access to basically almost your entire removal suite.
Alrighty, okay. Okay, I think for novelty on this one, I think we will go ahead and give this a 4 on that one.
Okay.
I do think there are a lot of similarities with the Sky Striker, but we are doing our best to like make its own flavor of it. So it's kind of in the same ballpark, but I do like the points of trying to figure out a different way to make sure that Jasper is the center point of the advantage engine, as opposed to Sky Strikers, where the spells and traps kind of work independently from the Link monsters and end up supporting the spells and traps more than the other way around. So I can dig that. Okay, objectivity. Is our problem-solving card text solid? Are our cards balanced? So someone in the chat pointed out that Chronomachy, it's Titanomachy. Chronomachy might be a little off because if it requires monsters with levels, we wouldn't be able to do 3+. It would have to be 5, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah, true.
So we need to tighten up that one, get that figured out. But outside of that, I don't think we ran into anything that's like... there's like the boost from the field spell that's a little off, but those are the only two things I ran into.
Yeah, and that's mainly because I forgot a word.
Yeah. But I think everything else is solid there. So our problem-solving card text is largely good. What about the power level of these cards? Well, I mean, they're strong, but a lot of these are focused specifically on other time-lost cards. A lot of decks do like banishing, but they don't always use banishing as a way to enable their plays. So I don't necessarily think the deck is overpowered. So I would give this just a 4 in total across everything.
Okay.
All right. Versatility. Does this see play? Could this see play in other archetypes? Could other archetypes see play in this? Well, when you make a level 3 light psychic monster, the floodgates are open. You could tech this into, like, I'm just gonna say it every time. Punk. You can just play it in any punk. You can make it as part of a punk variant in almost anything. I don't know exactly how it functions with Punk itself, but being another contained engine might be nice, especially since they're getting advantage at the wazoo all the time.
Exactly. Not to mention because Jasper himself doesn't need any other cards on the field to get to have any of his extra effects. Like, he himself can basically act as a removal engine.
Yeah,
like a 3-card removal engine in case for if you're running Tellies.
So I think there's a fair amount of versatility with this card, insofar as that is concerned. The other effects in this deck, I don't think work outside of Time Lost, as far as I know. So I think we can give a pretty healthy 3 on this one.
Alrighty.
And then awesomeness. Okay, so to my understanding, Jasper is like the surviving warden after the Cataclysm class aberration caused Warden fall. Is that around the story going on here?
Pretty much.
Okay, so we have them using the power of time, haunted by the memories of their comrades, who despite having the power of time in some way, just is not able to reconnect with them. It coming through really well in the just the card flavoring. It's a cool story. The archetypes are cool. I gotta give it a 5. It's really cool. I gotta give this whole thing a 16. This rocks.
Heck yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much for showing these off. Do you have anything else you want to share with the audience before we move on to our next set of cards?
Oh, expect to see the time. Like I said, expect to see the time lost cards show up in, well, other worlds. I have ideas for those.
Ooh, excellent. Well, I look forward to next month. Goodbye. Take care.
And you as well, Golden Nova.
Thank you very much. See you later. Ooh. Alrighty. Well, that was pretty cool. Let's go ahead and open up our list here. That's that. Okay. Alright, next up, a random pup. Now, a random pup said that they did not want to present on the form. Of course, I gave you the message just in case you would like to show up, but other than that, I'm going to go ahead and get started with finding your cards, and we will go ahead and get that started. I have no working mic, but I can message. Oh, well then, please, yes. Feel free to share if any insights that I have, if I say anything and you have any insights on that one, please feel free to share in the chat, and then we can share with everyone. And then we can learn. Okay, the Chessians. Let's open these up here. Now, the word Chessian, should we be keeping in mind the pieces of the chessboard? Bam. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and open this up so it's easier to read. Oh, I'm seeing the Vieira, though, so I'm feeling there might be some Final Fantasy influence on this, though. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and get started with our main deck monsters. Shell, the Chessian Engineer, a light attribute level 4 warrior normal pendulum monster with 1800 attack and 1000 defense with a scale of 5. Its pendulum effect, if a Vieira monster card is in your other pendulum zone, instead of conducting your normal draw, you can add a Chessian card instead. Flavor text: we can't keep letting these thieves get away with everything that the people of these villages earn. I'm not sure on how, but we need to... Wait, who says we need to hire protection? I'm sure there's enough scrap metal to build our own protection. I know it's a crazy idea, and we have no experience in building these things, but it's better than doing nothing. Besides, isn't that why we both became engineers? To make the impossible possible? Well, I already like Shoal as it is. Once you see the first effect monster, you'll definitely see the chess influence. Got it. Alright, Vieira, the Chessian Engineer, a level 4 light attribute warrior pendulum normal monster with 1000 attack and 1800 defense. Pendulum effect: if there is no Shoal monster card in the other pendulum zone, banish this card. Once per turn, if a Shoal or Chessian monster would be destroyed by a battle or card effect, it isn't. Card text: I know we have to do something, but we don't exactly have enough money, let alone the village, to hire people to protect us. So what can we do? Make our own. How? You've only made small trinkets. Even then, they break in a day or two. Yeah, it is. Alright, I'll start gathering what I can while you start drawing the blueprints. Let's make those dark scorpions pay for robbing our village. Ooh, okay. Okay, so the dark scorpions are involved now. Okay, let's do it. Alright, and here we go. Our chess pieces. Here we go. Okay, so these are going to be the machines that Shoal and Vieira make to defend the village. Okay, I dig. Okay, Chessian Pawn, level 4, light attribute machine monster. Its effect: if this card is summoned, you can special summon up to 3 Chessian tokens, which are level 4 light machine monsters with 0 attack and defense. While that token is in the main monster zone, the player who summoned it cannot special summon from the extra deck except Chessian monsters. And it's got 500 attack and defense. Dark Scorpion mentioned, hey, the Chessians, they're beating us with the pieces and their little horses. They're jumping over our cards. It seems against the rules. All right. Chessian Knight, a level 4 light attribute machine monster with 500 attack and 1500 defense. If this card is summoned, you can target a spell or trap card on the field and destroy it. And during your main phase, you can special summon a Chessian token. While that token is in the main monster zone, the player that summoned it cannot special summon from the extra deck except Chessian monsters. Chessian Rook, a level 4 light attribute machine monster with 1000 attack and defense. If this card is summoned, you can target one card in the same column as this card and destroy it. Very flavorful. And during your main phase, you can special summon a Chessian token, which applies the usual Chessian token effect. Alrighty. Next up is Chessian Queen, a level 5 light attribute machine monster with 2000 attack and 1500 defense. If you control a Chessian monster, you can special summon this card from your hand, and if this card is normal or special summoned, you can target a card on the field and destroy it. During your main phase, you can special summon 2 Chessian tokens, which have the usual Chessian token restriction. Chessian King is a level 5 light attribute machine monster with 0 attack and defense. You can special summon this card to your opponent's side of the field by attributing one of their monsters. This monster cannot be used for the summon of a fusion, synchro, link, or Xyz monster. This monster cannot be tributed. If this card is summoned, special summon 2 Chessian tokens to your opponent's field, which at that point will be your field if you special summon it to your opponents. If this card is destroyed, the original controller of this card can destroy a card on the field. You can only control one Chessian King, and you can only use each effect once per turn. Now, notably, these Chessian tokens do not come with a restriction. Maybe it's meant to be carry that restriction, but unless it states it specifically on the card text, it's not going to, because tokens don't have any inherent traits. But that might be a bonus for playing King and doing that whole thing. All right. Next up is the Spells and Traps. Chessian Strategy King Gambit is a quick play spell card. If a Chessian King monster is on the field, special summon a level 4 Chessian monster from your hand. You can only activate one of this per turn. Okay, so you give King to them, play Gambit, get a level 4 Chessian. Alakine, Village of the Chessian, is a field spell card. All Chessian monsters gain 500 attack. If Shull, the Chessian Engineer, and Viera, the Chessian Engineer, are both in the pendulum zones, you can normal summon a Chessian monster in addition to your normal summon or set. Alright, okay. And then Chessian Strategy, Checkmate, normal trap card. I think it might be if 4 Chessian Link monsters are in your graveyard. Could you verify that, Random Pup? If there are 4 Chessian Link monsters in your graveyard, banish all Chessian Link monsters from your graveyard and special summon Chessian King Grand Master to your opponent's field. This is treated as a fusion summon. This effect cannot be negated. Alrighty. It's treated as a fusion summon. It's a Link monster. Wait, no, that's Chessian. Okay, this is Chessian Knight Grandmaster. That's Chessian King Grandmaster. Okay, I was losing myself. Okay, it's an F. Okay, cool. All right. Extra deck. Chessian Knight Grandmaster is a Link 2 light attribute machine monster with a bottom left and right arrows, requiring 2 Chessian monsters as material. You can target a monster your opponent controls. Move both it and this card to another main monster zone. You can target one spell or trap card on the field as a quick effect and destroy it. If a Chessian King monster is on the field, you can banish it instead. Whew. Alright, next is Chessian Rook Grandmaster, a Link 2 light machine Link monster with a middle top and middle bottom arrows, north and south, requiring 2 Chessian monsters as material. During your main phase, you can move this monster to another main monster zone. Once per turn, you can target one card in the same column as this card and destroy it, and if a Chessian King monster is on the field, you can banish it instead. Next up is Chessian Bishop Grandmaster, a Link 2 light machine monster with the top left and top right corners, so northwest and southeast arrows. During the main phase, as a quick effect, you can target one monster that this card points to, destroy that monster, and if Chessian King is on the field, you can have this card gain attack equal to the total attack of all monsters this card points to and negate their effects. Oh, that's good. That's good. I also like the You made it a diagonal arrow for the bishop thing. That was heads up. That was good use. That was a good way to use link arrows as a way to express chess. Chessian Queen Grandmaster is a Link 3 light machine monster with 2000 attack. Requires 3 Chessian monsters, and the arrows are top left corner, top middle, top right. So all 3 of the top ones. If a monster is summoned or moved to a spot that this card points to, destroy that monster and 1 additional card for each Chessian monster you currently control except this card. If a Chessian King monster is on the field, banish any card that would be destroyed by this card's effect instead. Huh. So if anything, you can just give your opponent a King Chessian to trigger this effect, and then smash your opponent's board. Wowzer. Okay. Chessian King Grandmaster is a level 9 light attribute machine fusion monster requiring 4 Chessian Link monsters as material with different names. Must first be special summoned from the extra deck to either field by sending the above cards you control to the graveyard. Monsters you control and in the graveyard have their effects negated. This monster cannot be targeted or destroyed by card effects. If a spell or trap card you control activates, banish the top 3 cards of your deck face down. If this card is destroyed by a battle, the original controller of this card can banish all monsters on the opponent's side of the field. This card cannot be used for an Xyz, Synchro, Fusion, or Link Summon. This card cannot be tributed. Okay. So, we link a whole bunch of monsters together, or link a whole bunch of monsters, make them. Use things like a pawn to make 3 more Chessian tokens. That gives us the material to make 2 Link 2s, which could potentially become a Link 3. At that point, we just need to... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So at that point, we just need 1 extra, like, Chessian monster, like the rook or the horse, to make another token. Make another Link 2. Get it in the graveyard. That gives us the material for the trap card Chessian Strategy Checkmate. Give our opponent the worst possible monster ever. And now they're forced to banish their own deck for playing their spells and traps. And then when we finally punch it, they lose their entire board. So the main game plan is basically Sword Soul 2.0. Use the tokens to make Link monsters. Yeah, and I think those are going to do a great job of it, especially Chessian Pawn. This card is going to be, like, printed as a secret rare. It's going to go for 120 on the open market. It's going to be outrageous. Pawn don't feel like they match the Chessian. They don't protect or promote. I like the rest, though. I mean, I guess, like, they kind of... Does it count that they promote that they make the materials to make multiple of the Grandmaster versions of the other ones? Okay, that's pretty nifty. Random Pup, if there are any interactions that I have not touched on, please feel free to share them in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and begin Nova scaling these presently. Go ahead and get this one. Okay, so, novelty. So, like Random Pup said in chat, there's a bit of Sword Soul energy here. We're making the tokens. They thankfully have the restrictions to keep us from, what was I saying? To keep us from using the tokens for just about everything, except for the King ones. The King ones don't have the restriction on there, but maybe we get to have a little outside of the pool linking as a treat. How do you search the 2 normal pendulum monsters? They seem a bit out of place. Well, they're warrior monsters, so of course you can rota them. You can unexpected die them as well. They might just be here for flavor, which I'd be okay with. They're also Chessians. Like some random things that work with the Chessian cards. King Gambit, you can summon them out with King Gambit, and they work with the field spell. The field spell, if they're both in the pendulum zones, they give you the extra normal summon so you can get your Chessians out faster. Those Link 2s can V-Link, might want to nip that, or we want to keep it because V-Linking is funny. Alrighty, what was I saying? So yeah, we got some Sword Soul energy here. It's a link climbing strategy. And I like all of those are familiar things that we've had, right? Like making a whole bunch of material to make link monsters. But and we also are no stranger to giving our opponent a bad monster so they have to deal with it. But I don't know if we have fusion summon a monster to our opponent's side of the field who's so abysmally bad that almost everything they try to do with it is going to hurt them. Is an angle that we've fully explored in this game yet. And I kind of love it. There's also like some of the really good like chess analogies for how the card effects are formatted and how the link arrows are used. I think that's really cool. I think give it a 4 on novelty. I think 4 on novelty. Okay. Objectivity. Power level wise, we made sure to be very careful about not being able to use the tokens for other things, except of course the king ones. But once again, that's just kind of its own kind of ballpark that it's in. The other thing though is that the link monsters themselves do not have a restriction. So Chessian Pawn is 4 material. You link off that into Wait a sec. So Grandmaster Queen takes any 3 Chessian monsters. So what you can literally do is normal summon Pawn, make 3 tokens, link all of the tokens off into into Queen. So you have Queen, and you have your Chessian Rook left, who it doesn't have a restriction on it. All the restrictions were on the tokens, and they're all gone to make Chessian Queen. Link Queen and Pawn, and guess who you've got? It's Access Code Talker! Everyone's favorite extra deck monster, and it's my favorite extra deck monster. So with synchros having that limit on there, that helps because synchros aren't infinitely scalable with the new monsters they make. But link climbing is a very dangerous prospect that I feel has broken the game and its resource economy beyond what it was ever meant to be. And the Chessians have the capability of doing this. So for power level alone, I'm going to put it at a 3. That doesn't mean that I think it's low power, because weirdly enough, the more broken I think a card is, the lower its objectivity score ends up being. But that, of course, does not mean it is a bad card. It just means that it is a strong card. Versatility. Now, I can't knock it for being splashable with a bunch of link monsters on the objectivity end and not give it points in versatility because of that. Because it is so easy to get rid of the restriction on this card, you can splash a whole bunch of link monsters with this deck. Like, I know I said that you can access code with this, but you can also just go Avramax with chess. You know, you make your 2 tokens, you make your 3 tokens and your regular one, link 2 off into 1 Chessian link monster, link 2 into another Chessian monster. Those are 2 monsters made for the extra deck. That's Avramax. Boom, right there. So I think we've got to give it, like, I want to say 3 here because it's only the link monsters that I think this really has, or it's only generic link monsters that I feel this has really good synergy with. But at the same time, generic link monsters are so good. So I kind of feel like this gets... It's getting a 4 from me. Like, these could be splashing a lot of things just to make free link monsters. It would, of course, take a lot of extra deck space to be able to route those through link monsters that no longer have the restrictions, but I've seen people do more for less. So, versatility on that one. And for awesomeness, it's a bunch of chess creatures that now I also know has a meta-narrative above it about 2 people defending their village against Christopher Walken and his Dark Scorpion gang. I think that's really cool. I love it. I'm giving it a 5 in awesomeness. It's really cool, which means that we are going to end this segment on a 16 on the Nova scale. Brandon Pup, thank you so much for sharing this off. I really like these cards. They're pretty nifty. And they're pretty powerful. So thank you muchly. And while I pull up the information for the next group of cards, Random Pup, do you have anything to share with the audience or anything? Note that the cards say Shull and Veer are monsters, not the Chessian engineers, so there might not be the end of them. Oh, more of the duo in the future. Oh, I look forward to it. Alrighty, so let me go ahead and get Nomadic Chaos's cards. We're gonna cover Nomadic Chaos's cards, and then we're gonna take another short break. Another short break here. Think these are it. I believe so. No, I think this is someone else's, actually, now that I think about it. Right, no, that is someone else's. We're going to save that for later, for something else. Okay. So, Nomadic Chaos. Nova Karaoke. I'm spitting my beats here. Alright. Nomadic Chaos has brought us Order of the Destruction Flame lore. That is nifty. Okay, this is a ton of cards. Holy cow. Okay. We've got to clear these very quickly because I will not be able to stick here for long, but we will run through our lore really quickly because I know everyone here loves the lore. We know everyone here is here for the lore. Okay, so, in battling against its natural enemy, the Gentle Darkness, the cosmic force of annihilation known as the Light of Destruction sought out champions of its own in order to wage and potentially end its centuries-old war against its enemy. As such, it sought forth someone who would be its champion and spread its influence in its sole quest for domination and annihilation of all that allied itself with its natural enemies. Its search arduous and almost unending, as those that it sought out did not have the strength nor the resolve that could be twisted to do its bidding, as it searches for decades that turned into centuries until it eventually found the one who would lead it forth into victory against the Gentle Darkness. The sole individual was none other than the Flame Swordsman, whose desire for power had led him on a journey away from their homeland to grow and evolve into greater power and heights, so much so that he had taken up the art of dual wielding to further increase his prowess in combat as the ferocious Flame Swordsman, his skill in blazing valor allowing him to empower those around him with his resolve that burned like a wildfire. Yet even as he grew in power, he still desired more to prove himself as a great warrior that was looked upon as another sellsword. Yet, even as he grew in power, he still desired more to prove himself a great warrior that was looked upon as another sellsword for hire in the vast expanse of the dual terminal. Hence why, after being directed to seek out the mystical arts from his once adventuring companion and the Dark Magician, who in the times since their adventuring years had grown in power to become the Dark Eradicator Warlock, the powerful magician whom he had fought alongside to become the Dark Flare Knight and vanquish the ever-encroaching threat of the zombie world residents that still rise forth under the banner of the Red-Eyes Dragon Necro Lord. What with the sellsword of flame might, after being directed the Spellbook Academy and meeting with a strange young man named Alistair, who sought to prove himself in his studies of invoking various otherworldly entities. The young warlock, keen to show that his studies could be used to draw power from other realms within the dual terminal and gain a fraction of the entity's power, agreed to help the ferocious flame swordsman in his task to greater power and glory. Okay, we got one more page, folks. The swordsman who wielded twin blades in his sojourn for greater power eventually was met by an apparition of the Light of Destruction who had willingly allowed himself to be invoked by the sellsword with the invoker's assistance. He promised him that if he became its follower and raised an army in their name and spread forth destruction against those that would oppose it, that in return for this service to eventually wage a holy war against the gentle darkness, he and his followers would be granted power to become as undying as the raging flames of the suns above, and destructive might unparalleled against those that would stand in their way. For a bargain that would give the ferocious flame swordsmen everything they could dream of. In the bid for that name to be immortalized as something beyond a forgettable sellsword, the sellsword agreed to the Light of Destruction's offer. As such, over the course of the next century and 80 years, as the once flame swordsman had empowered by the Light of Destruction, had rallied together his allies from his mercenary days to create the Order of the Destroyer Flame. A once mercenary group turned to an ever-expanding domain where those enlisted were made to prove themselves under the banner of the Light of Destruction, who offered great power to those that followed it and its champion. With the ferocious flame swordsman having become the now long-lived, immolated overlord of the Destroyer Flame, a warrior emperor of unmatched martial might and control over cosmic flame and light to burn his enemies to flame. He now led his hordes in unyielding conquest and domination to destroy those that opposed his rise to power, as now after nearly 2 centuries of building his legions to greatness and himself as a terrifying legend, with his power now stronger than they have ever been, even in his later years the flames of conquest and glory burned all the more brighter. As now after nearly 2 centuries of war and conquest, he was finally ready to make good on his bargain with his patron. As now the time of holy war against the gentle darkness and all that stood allied with it would soon begin, and the once sellsword that empowered those with his mighty flames would set the lands around him ablaze with the flames of his ambition. As now the Light of Destruction would soon annihilate its adversary since time immemorial and show it true obliteration in the chaotic flame and light it now wielded from its champion's decades of service. Yet, in these decades, a young man who wore a stigmata of brilliant red watched on as the Overlord began his holy war against the gentle darkness with great interest, that perhaps it would not hurt for the fallen of Despia to lend their hand and begin a new act to set the stage for their return after their defeat against the wretched allies of Albaz. Only time will tell as this Crimson Jester watches from his citadel to see what the Order of the Destroyer Flame would bring about as they now engaged for war. Holy hell. So we have combined Flame Swordsman, the Fallen of Albaz, Dark Magician, and like 3 other archetypes in Flame Swordsman's story. This is cracked. Okay,
Sorry I'm late. I had to go to the bathroom.
Well, hello! Good to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, and I'm glad you liked the lore to this, because I figured that, you know what? It's a shame that Flame Swordsman doesn't get any epic lore or chances to do anything good in a dual terminal, so I figured, no, let's give this man something to be good for.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
As such, epic overlord to a paladin of cosmic destruction was born for the Order of the Destroyer Flame.
It's pretty cool. Okay, I am glad you're here, though. I will say, I do see that there are like 15 more pages of cards from this point on.
No, you can. No, it's fine. You can choose whatever. I'm fine if you want to just go to like the higher level cards or whatever you want to go through for.
Well, I was gonna ask, like, what are like the highlight cards? What are like the big cards we want to cover here tonight?
I would say the ones in the extra and main deck and spell and like the spells and traps.
Alrighty, then let's go ahead and cover the extra deck monsters then.
All right, and as a fun bit of lore for that, the extra deck monsters beyond the big monster are like his big generals I recruited from his mercenary days.
Hell yeah. Okay, here we go. Suzerain Ashen Marauder of the Destroyer Flame is a level 7 fire attribute warrior synchro monster with 2600 attack and 2000 defense, requiring a tuner monster and 1 or more effect monsters. This card can deal piercing battle damage to an opponent's monster, and when this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle as a quick effect, have the attack of one of your opponent's monsters until the end of your next turn. Okay, that's a pretty good way to keep the momentum going in the battle phase so that other things can run over the opponent and deal more damage. Themata, Artillerist of the Destroyer Flame, is a level 7 light attribute warrior monster with 2700 attack and 2400 defense. You contribute a Destroyer Flame card on the field, and if you do, inflict damage equal to half this card's attack points. I assume to the opponent, right?
Oh yes, and I forgot to mention that this is a once per turn,
Okay.
so you can't really spam it all that much.
Aw, dang it, we don't get to have another cannon soldier? Oh well. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, destroy a random card from their hand and negate its effects. Oh, cool, so no floating effect for them. Good. What is Themata's fusion material? I just noticed it's a fusion monster.
I forgot to mention it. It's two level 4 fire monsters.
Cool, cool. Alright, Verona, Radiant Sorceress of the Destroyer Flame, is a level 8 light spellcaster synchro monster with 2700 attack and 2100 defense, requiring a light tuner and one or more effect monsters as material. As a quick effect, you can return to the deck a Flame Destroyer spell card from your graveyard, hand, or field, with the following effects being activated depending on the spell card returned. If it was a normal spell card, banish the spell or trap on the field. Continue a spell card, negate the effects of face-up spell or trap cards on the field until the end of your opponent's next turn. Quick play spell card, cannot activate the effects of spell or trap cards until the end of your turn. Does that mean your opponent can't activate, or is that like a way to limit yourself if you recycle a quick play spell?
It is your opponent's.
Okay, got it. And is this also supposed to have a hard once per turn on it, or can you return all 3 of them in one turn and apply all those effects?
Each of them are like a once per turn effect, so you got each of them a once per turn effect.
Oh, wow, that's incredible.
Mm-hmm. So depending on what you get, you can get something real good.
Alrighty. Alistair, Scorching Invoker of the Destroyer Flame, is a level 10 fire attribute spellcaster fusion monster with 3300 attack and 2500 defense. Requiring a spellcaster monster and a level 5 or higher fire attribute monster as material. I presume this synchro thing over here is left over from another template.
Yeah, I forgot to delete that.
This card gains 300 attack for each Destroyer Flame monster in your graveyard. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can special summon a level 5 or higher Destroyer Flame monster from your graveyard, and if you do, as a quick effect, banish one monster, spell, or trap card on your opponent's side of the field. Ooh, Alistair's getting hot.
Yeah, this is the idea that after Alistair has spent a lot of time with the Ferocious Flame Swordsman building up the armies for the Order to Destroyer Flame, he leveled up a lot.
It looks like it, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Alright, Kai Morda, Radiant Sharpshooter of the Destroyer Flame, is a level 8 light attribute synchro warrior effect monster with 2900 attack and 2300 defense. Requiring the tuner and one or more effect monsters as material.
Yep.
I assume that's supposed to be down here.
Yeah, Google Doc editing got trippy when I was doing this.
Oh no, trust me. If anyone has had to strangle Google Docs, it's me, so I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, once per turn, you can, as a quick effect, force your opponent's monster into face-down defense position equal to the number of Destroyer Flame monsters you control. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can banish one card your opponent controls until the end of your next damage step. Huh. Destroys monster by battle. So if you don't fight ever again, that monster just stays banished.
Yep, until their next turn.
All right. Okay. Next is Marcinda, Knight Tyrant of the Destroyer Flame, a level 9 light warrior synchro effect monster with 3000 attack and 2700 defense, requiring a warrior tuner monster and one or more monsters as material. While this card is on the field, any monsters that are destroyed by this card are banished. All monsters on your opponent's side of the field that have attack points lower than this card's have their attack and defense reduced by their level or rank times 250. As a quick effect, you can send one Destroyer Flame card you control to the graveyard, and if you do, banish a spell or trap card your opponent controls. So we're just going to be subjugating those monsters so they don't do anything, and then we'll just pick off their spell and trap cards like it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, Marcinda is the type is pretty much there to enforce the immolation overlord's will. So yeah, you're not going to be rising. None of your opponent's monsters are going to be rising up against the overlord anytime soon.
No. All right, Delilah, Dread Ambusher of the Destroyer Flame, is a level 9 fire attribute warrior fusion effect monster with 2900 attack and 2700 defense, requiring 2 Destroyer Flame monsters as material. When this card is fusion summoned, the effects of all spell and trap cards your opponent controls are negated. During the battle phase, this card can make 2 attacks per turn, and once per turn when an opponent attacks a Flame Destroyer monster you control except this monster as a quick effect, you can negate that attack, and if you do, this monster can attack that opponent's monster and gain attack points equal to that monster's level or rank times 200. And that's just a permanent increase.
No, it's just for it. I forgot to mention that was for that battle phase.
Oh, okay.
And it returns back to normal.
Still get pretty big, though. Pretty big.
Yeah. So, be careful bringing up those big Xyz monsters.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jormungandr. It seems you forgot that you have 9 ranks. Here's 1800 more damage, you giant snake.
Yeah.
Alright, Leona, White Knight of the Destroyer Flame, a level 9 light attribute spellcaster synchro monster with 2800 attack and defense, requiring a tuner and 1 or more effect monsters as material. Once per turn, you can shuffle spell and trap cards up to the number of Destroyer Flame cards you control, except this monster, and if you do... Once per turn, you can shuffle spell and trap cards up to the number of Destroyer Flame monsters you control, except this monster. Okay, so it doesn't count itself when it comes to the cards. Got it. And if you do... Quick effect, banish that number of cards from the field. For every spell card in your graveyard, this card gains 200 attack. Okay. Well, if we're doing that as a quick effect, that's devastating. Holy cow.
Mm-hmm.
Next up is Rayleigh, High Inquisitor of the Destroyer Flame, a level 10 light spellcaster fusion effect monster with 3400 attack and 2900 defense, requiring 2 or more Destroyer Flame effect monsters as material. When this fusion summoned card is on the field, your opponent cannot activate spell or trap cards while a Destroyer Flame spell card is on the field. You can activate one of these effects once per turn. Your opponent can't activate effects in response to this effect's activation. Quick effect, you can send a level 5 or higher Destroyer Flame monster from your deck or hand to the graveyard. If you do, all monsters your opponent controls cannot activate card effects until the end of your opponent's next turn. Or, you can shuffle spell and trap cards in your opponent's graveyard back into the deck and draw 2 cards. If one of those cards is a spell card, then banish all face-up spell and trap cards your opponent controls. Or, quick effect, you contribute a special summon Destroyer Flame monster, and if you do, return all monsters your opponent controls to the deck or extra deck. This effect cannot be negated. That's horrifyingly powerful. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Now,
this is pretty much their equivalent to the High Mage of the party. Remember, kids, you don't mess with the High Mage.
Yeah, you don't mess with the High, and you don't mess with the Clerics. Those are the 2 people you don't mess with.
Nope.
Okay, so question. It asks for 2 or more Destroyer Flame effect monsters. Is there a reason why you would fuse more than 2 monsters to make this?
I forgot a hidden effect where if you had used more than 2 of the Flame Destroyer monsters for that turn that Rayleigh was fusion summoned, your spell or trap cards cannot be destroyed by card effects.
Oh, sick. Okay. There we go. All right. Next up is Donatello, Battle Master of the Destroyer Flame, a level 10 fire attribute warrior synchro monster requiring a tuner and 1 or more effect monsters as material. 3500 attack, 3100 defense. When this synchro summoned card is on the field, all Destroyer Flame monsters gain attack and defense equal to half their level, rounded up, times 300. Once per turn, you can activate one of these effects. When an opponent's monster declares an attack against a monster, except this one, you can instead force that monster to attack this one. When this card attacks an opponent's monster, you can shuffle a Destroyer Flame monster into the deck as a quick effect, and if you do, monsters on your opponent's side of the field lose attack and defense equal to that monster's level times 250. Or you can excavate a number of cards equal to the number of Flame Destroyer monsters on the field, and if you do, this monster can make additional attacks equal to the excavated cards that were monster cards. Not even just on themed cards, just if they were monsters.
Yup.
Woof. Holy Toledo.
He's the Battle Master for a reason. He does not miss.
Doesn't look like it. Okay, Kitus, the Ferocious Flame Overlord, level 12, light attribute warrior fusion effect monster, 4,000 attack, 3,800 defense, requiring 3 or more level 5 or higher destroyer flame monsters as material. Quick effect, when this card is fusion summoned onto the field, banish all cards your opponent controls. This card can make an additional number of attacks equal to the number of cards used for fusion material, and once per turn, you can activate the following effects. You can shuffle a Destroyer Flame monster from the banished zone, graveyard, field, or hand into the deck. If you do, destroy all monsters with a level equal to or lesser than the monster shuffled into the deck. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, as a quick effect, inflict damage equal to that monster's rank or level times 400. And you contribute a level 5 or higher Destroyer Flame monster, and if you do, banish all monsters your opponent controls. This effect cannot be negated. Alright, so where does Kitus fit into all this?
Kitus is actually the immolated overlord that I mentioned in the
Okay,
war.
so this is him.
Yeah. This is him at full power from the Live Destruction. So, all those years that Ferocious Flame Swordsman was doing his training arc of building up the Order of the Destroyer Flame, getting his legions up together, this is his final form.
Alrighty. Well, that is an absolutely keen series of extra deck monsters that would shake any duelist to their core. Are there any interactions with these monsters that we haven't touched on yet?
The main thing for them is them shuffling Flame Destroyer cards into the deck so they can get their effects going. So if you can interrupt them while they're shuffling or getting a card returned to the deck, that is a way to disable things going forward.
Alrighty. Okay, well, thank you for sharing. Now, I believe you're a recent addition to the Patreon. Is that correct?
Yep. I actually found your channel during one of Mistress Doom's streams.
No way.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I saw your how to explain on Yu-Gi-Oh archetypes and decided I have to get on board with this man.
Well, thank you very much. I super appreciate it. Have you seen the Nova scale that we do at the end of each of these archetype custom reviews?
I saw it on the last 2 videos, yes.
Okay, so then without further ado, I will begin the process for this one.
All right.
So, novelty. Have we seen this before? Now, I have seen decks that like to shove a bunch of material into their fusions and synchro monsters. I have seen a bunch of decks that make big monster that punch and use the graveyard to be a staging ground to use material. So there's a lot of like functionality in this deck that I feel has been used for like other decks, like we're using the same kind of mechanisms. But I also haven't seen a deck where we combine Flame Swordsman, Albaz, and Alistair all in the same world together. And I think for the absolutely outrageous story we're telling here, I've got to give it some points for that one. So we're going to give it a 4 on novelty for this one.
Mm-hmm.
Objectivity. Are these decks balanced? Are they powerful? Is their problem-solving card text set correctly? I noticed we were talking through here and there were some typos. There were some things that were missed out. I know the terminology on some of these were also, like, not up to snuff. So we could definitely tighten up the or not the mechanics of the card, but, like, the erratas of the card to make sure that it's clearer to the audience what they specifically do. So, bit of points out on that one. When it comes to the power level of these cards were outrageous. I could throw a dart at these monsters and I could probably hit one randomly that just wins you the game on the spot. These cards are ridiculously cool and powerful. So, we're going to give this a 2 on objectivity. The score isn't low because I think they're bad. The score is low because I think they might break the meta that they go into.
Hey, that's more than fair. I was just making these cards. I made the cards and the card effects more for the flavor and theme of the lore to go with it. So I was like, the lore and story of why you want to tell came before the card effects.
Hell yeah. And that's why we have the Nova scale. There might be some people who haven't heard about this, but getting a perfect score on the Nova scale is purposefully difficult and impossible because this is more supposed to be like not trying to get a perfect score, more about seeing where like the energy and the value of these particular archetypes are at. So it's all good.
Yeah.
So, versatility. Now, I actually think these cards are highly versatile because while the fusion monsters require a bit more specific material that's on brand, the synchro monsters just require a tuner and one or more, not even non-tuners, just effect monsters. So you could, and while their effects do require you to use Destroyer Flame cards to activate their effects, I think maybe in the future we will read over the spells and traps here. I think that you could probably splash a couple of these things in some other decks. So maybe it's not a lot, but I'm still going to give it like a 3 on versatility because I wouldn't be surprised if someone ran these specifically because they're like levels and attributes lined up for something and you can access it easily.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Awesomeness. I mean, like I said, a novelty. It is a flame swordsman centered archetype that crosses over multiple universes that is driven by the antagonist of GX. How could I not give this story a 5? Holy hell.
Oh yeah, and trust me, I'm making the story like a multi-part story because next part is going to have Dark Magician over the course of the century and 80 years that passed for Ferocious Flame Swordsman to become Kaitis, for him to be in contact with the gentle darkness and being like, hey, there's a holy war coming and I need someone to help. Can you join up with me? And as such, Dark Magician is going to be sent on a journey to the empire of where the Supreme King would have been at, and touring him to become strong enough to defeat Kaitis and his forces, or at least combat them. Because with how strong the words of the Destroyer Flame is, Yubel ain't gonna cut it. So Supreme King Hao, you're gonna need to stay with the Dark Magician to level up.
Alrighty. Well, here's hoping we get to see that in the next installment. Thank you very much for supporting the channel and stopping by. Do you have any last words for the audience before we move on to our next presenter? If not, that's okay too. I just want to make sure that you don't leave before you've had your time. Okay. Well, if you have anything, please feel free to let us know later. For now, we will move on to our next presenter, which I think might be our last presenter because the next person did not, couldn't make it, and I think they want to present, so I don't want to skip over them and talk about their stuff for then. So,
And other than that, thanks for having me, and you make kick-ass Yu-Gi-Oh videos, good sir.
Well, thank you very much. I super appreciate it. Have yourself a good night, okay, Nomadic?
I will. I'm playing D&D tomorrow.
Hell yeah. Enjoy.
Thanks.
All right, take care. All right, so Lemon, you've been waiting. You've been jonesing. Bring me your power. Show me what it is to be a lemon.
I could have just joined this call at any time.
No, you have to join it now. You were waiting correctly. How's it going? How you holding up?
I'm doing good. I've been ups and downs. It's pronounced sextet, by the way.
Oh, right, because it's not a navigational tool. Right.
Yeah. I've been holding that one in.
Okay, but if I call it sextet...
Yeah, fair enough.
Sexed it. It's gonna sound like I'm saying I'm doing a sexist summon. That's the next MBT bit, by the way. The sexist summon.
So fucking funny. All
right, everyone. Pride Month is over. We can finally do the sexist summon.
Now that it's July 1st. Like the clock strikes midnight.
Good. The fell ritual has begun. Golly.
You can see the color draining from the world around you.
Kakarot.
Oh, sure.
Alrighty. So I see that you've brought some Goki legacy support today. Yeah.
I will, if I may give context.
No, please.
I have given Goki support as if it was in Duelists of Pyroxene specifically.
Is Earth.
As there are 7 cards, and there are 2 cards that are anime prints in the side deck.
Oh, okay, so these ones are currently anime exclusive?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Also, I only had time and energy to figure out one art, but it was funny.
You're totally fine. I let people know that unless you're like sourcing it from like a other Yu-Gi-Oh card art or like a big game or something, just leave it blank. It's fine. I don't want you.
You could call it that. Goki was a mistake. No, Gumblar was a mistake.
Yeah, no, that's true. I'm looking at the Goki matchup. I'm already loving.
I played this when it came out in Duel Links, and I've fallen in love with the deck. And then I played it in Master Duel, and I went, "Wow, this is useless. Like none of these do anything."
Wow. You took away all their payoffs. Wow.
What the? Like I played it in Legacy Anthology, where there's no it's old, and you can't just make access code. You can, but you're not gonna.
We've already heard me complain enough about that. We don't need other people coming by to complain about it.
It's just like it's a deck that could do with so much more, and it's so interesting in specifically game formats like Duel Links and R. And it's so boring. Otherwise, it's got to get something.
Yeah, because then it's just normal summon the Rex, special summon the second one. Link into Isolde.
Yeah.
Search a warrior monster.
Send Phoenix Blade.
Phoenix Blade, summon Headbutt.
Something somewhere on the line. Zero Day.
Sierra Desert.
Even at searching for sending monsters to grave is asking to be broken. No.
Anyway, so is any other prefaces we should go through before we get started with the cards?
I didn't know I'd be on tonight, so some of these were made today.
Hell yeah! Alrighty, well, I guess we'll see what happens when it comes down to the wire, and you have to make customs with a bit of a time crunch. Goki Booker is a level 3 Earth Warrior monster with 1400 attack. If this card is special summoned, you can activate this effect. You can't special summon monsters for the rest of the turn except warrior monsters. Also, immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon a Goki monster. During the main phase, you can make all monsters on the field become warrior monsters until the end of the main phase. And if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can set a Goki card from your deck. Also, if that card is a field spell, you can activate it instead. So why are we making everything a warrior?
Comes up in another card, and it's funny. So the context of a booker is it's the person who sets up a wrestling match.
Mm-hmm.
So in context, it brings its own person. It hires an opponent, and when it goes to the graveyard, it physically sets up the cage match.
All right.
Or a match in general.
Which is why the field spell gets priority, because it's actually like the match.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Next card might be the most important one.
Yeah, it's got the Dino Wrestler in there. It's the best.
Yeah, it's so funny.
All right, Goki Matchup is a continuous spell card. If this card is activated, add a Dino Wrestler monster from your deck to your hand, the Grudge Match. You can activate the effects of Goki monsters you control as quick effects. If your opponent special summons any number of monsters, you can move those monsters to their main monster zones your link monster points to. Then your opponent can special summon a monster from their hand. During the main phase, you can special summon a Goki monster from your hand or a Dino Wrestler monster from your grave. Then you can remove a counter from a card on the field. So we're summoning Pank with this, right? That's what we're doing?
Yeah. It's harder than you think because you're searching this typically with a monster on field. But you definitely do have Pank.
Sick.
For context, if you don't remember, Gore uses both of these in the anime.
Oh, yeah.
So a few of these cards mention Dino Wrestler because it's funny.
You gotta keep it the flavor.
Yep.
Now, what I don't know, there might be an effect that I'm not remembering about Goki's. Moving to a zone your monster points to, and then they get a free special summon. What's that supposed to synergize with?
The free special summon is because that effect is very good in the deck. It's like literally just a downside for the sake of having a downside with the flavor of they're bringing themselves to the match.
Gotcha.
But it's just because Goki Heel Ogre can negate a card it points to. Goki Blade Ogre contribute a card it points to, and another card you'll see later has an effect with a card it points to.
Alrighty. And I'm certainly not going to
babble. Yes, we do.
Yeah,
actually.
I'm not going to say no to that. That's awesome.
Babble's awesome.
Alrighty. Next up is Goki Zabrata.
Lane has pointed out that is in fact Oja match.
Yeah. All right, everyone. I want a nice, clean match. This is my Odama Green voice. I don't know if Goki's can actually hit below the belt if they have anything down there, but let's just not try it, okay? Because I know Odramas don't. Anyway, Goki Zabrata, quick play spell card. Activate one of the following effects, but you cannot activate the same effect for the rest of the turn. Tribute an Earth Warrior monster you control, then target up to 2 cards on the field or in either graveyard and banish them. Or banish a Goki spell from your graveyard, except one that was sent there this turn. This card's effect becomes that card's effect when that card is activated. So that's any spell card.
Well, any Goki spell card.
Oh yeah, any Goki spell card. So we can copy matchup with this.
Yeah, and I'll just search a Pank.
Sick. I love it.
It's at 1, but like you could.
You could if you want to.
If you figured out a way for them to put it. If you're playing Master Duel.
There we go. See, this is the Master Duel custom stream, folks. Definitely real.
3 match 4 through 6. Yep.
True. Okay, and then of course just the removal is pretty sick too.
Yeah, Icarus attack.
I'm playing this in War Rocks too. I don't know what to tell you.
Yep. It says Earth Warrior for the sake of it would be funny.
Alrighty. Goki Tag Out. Equip spell card. When this card is activated, you can special summon a Goki monster from your hand or that is banished, then equip this card to any Goki monster you control. The equipped monster gains attack equal to its defense. Uh-huh. If your opponent activates a...
You got it quickly.
I know you're not supposed to have defense. Defense makes you scared.
None of them have any defense.
Mm-hmm.
So it gains 0 attack.
Yeah.
Unless you have something that boosts it.
Unless
it adds up.
Unless you randomly have Acid Rain as your field spell card. Or Acid Downpour, whatever. You know what I mean. If your opponent activates a spell or trap card or effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard, then return any number of Link monsters from your field or grave to the extra deck. Special summon a Goki Link monster from your extra deck to the extra monster zone with a Link rating equal to the amount returned. You cannot special summon from the extra deck except warrior monsters when you activate either of these cards' effect. So it's really just an equip spell to just mess with you. Is that what I'm getting at?
Kinda. It's a little bit.
Okay, hey, you know what? I dig. I want everyone to open up their pack on like opening day and be all like,
technically,
who gets attack power off
this is there because you can do it with a sold, but it's not great.
Hey, but if Phoenix Blade ever gets banned, you know,
like in Master Duel.
Alrighty, and then our last main deck one is Goki Special Move. A quick play spell card that, if you control a Goki Link monster, target one card in either graveyard, special summon or set it to its owner's field but negate its effects. Also negate the effects of all cards with the same name as that card for the rest of the turn. If this card is in your graveyard, except the turn this card is sent to the graveyard, you can banish this card, then target up to 5 Goki cards with different names that are in the graveyard, shuffle them into the deck, then draw a card for each type of card shuffled. Okay. We're going to activate 1, puts us under a warrior lock. I like this. I like this card a lot. It's basically like our on-theme called by the grave.
Yeah, the very funny thing about this card is that if you think your opponent has Droll, you can search this before they can activate Droll.
Haha, get drolled. Activate your Goki effects now. I think I will. Special move. You've been jebaited. Vampire Ian, legalize giant Trunade. Let me loop tag out.
For the sake of flavoring, this is the card that has been designated as you get the other 6 first, and then special move is like revealed later. It's like how in every Duelist pack you have 6 cards, and then there's like here's another one. Just we forgot about it.
Yeah, here you go. Just you know,
we forgot about 3D printer Fawn.
Just randomly. That's like, hey, we can also do this as well.
That's a real card.
All right, we have a landline, which is one of the oldest pieces of surviving technology in the household, and also a 3D printer. The Morphtronics are everywhere. Alrighty. Next up we have Goki the Ogre Powered, a Link.
I really like
the
that
Ogre
name.
Power. Oh my god.
It has a double meaning.
It does, and it took me double seconds to figure it out.
No, it has more meanings than you think.
Oh,
Once you
even
read
more
I'll
than
explain.
that.
You'll get it.
Okay. Okay, Goki the Ogre Powered, Link 6, Warrior Earth monster with 4,000 attack, requiring 2 or more Goki Link monsters as material, cannot be targeted or destroyed by card effects or be tributed. Each time a monster is tributed, this card gains attack equal to the tributed monster's attack. If your opponent activates a card effect, except one on the field, you can tribute a monster this card points to from either field, negate that effect, then destroy that card. Also, if the destroyed card was a monster, gain attack equal to the destroyed monster, to the destroyed and attributed monster. You can only activate each effect of Goki the Ogre Powered once per turn.
So, as context as to why it keeps gaining attack, Goki have a spell card finishing move that would make this have 10,000 attack anyway. It doesn't matter. It's so funny. The numbers are going to get so high.
And then it'll do nothing.
Also, for explanation as to the pun, it is powered by ogres. It gets stronger by tributing the other Gokis.
I guess that begs the question, though: is ogre power, a renewable resource? Is this green?
I mean, he doesn't lose the attack, so.
Well, he's also Shrek, so yeah, he's green.
Yeah, it works out.
All right. Last of these cards, Goki Ref Ogre, a level 1 Warrior Earth Link monster with 1,000 attack, requiring any level 6 or lower Earth Warrior monster. You cannot special summon monsters except Earth monsters the turn you Link summon this card. You can only special summon Goki Mini Ogre once per turn. I guess that was like an older name of the card.
Oh, whoops. I at the last second I went, Mini Ogre's a dumb name.
I like it!
Like a referee.
If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can target up to 3 Goki cards, minimum 2, up to 1 each from your deck that is banished, and on your field, and 1 card your opponent controls, send them to the graveyard. You can banish this card from the graveyard, add a Goki spell from your grave to your hand. You can only activate 1 effect per turn and only once per turn. So you link summon it. It goes to the graveyard. And then it sends a card from your deck to the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Puts a banished card back, and then also sends one of your own cards. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then 1 card your opponent controls. Okay. That's pretty neat. I can dig that. That's a nice little extender while you're linking up into your big stuff.
You could argue 3 strikes you're out.
Just slamming the hand on the mat. He's destroyed!
Get him out of here!
God! Thunder Ogre's like, I don't hear no bell. I don't hear no bell. Like, access code is like holding him by the head. Like, this is just embarrassing, man. You should just throw in the towel.
I mean, you can target Powerload Ogre, and he won't get sent because he's unaffected. He did not hear no bell.
Sorry, buddy. I didn't hear no bell. Alrighty. And do we want to cover the anime cards too?
Yeah, they're changed.
Oh, you've adjusted them.
Well, every animation chronicle card, it's adjusted a little bit.
Fair enough. Okay, Goki Diver is a level 2 Earth Warrior monster with 600 attack and 0 defense. If a spell or trap card is activated during the battle phase, or if a spell or trap card is already face up on the field, is activated, while you control a Goki monster, you can discard this card, and if you do, destroy that card. If this card is in your graveyard, you can reveal 2 Goki monsters in your hand, special summon this card from your graveyard. Also, neither player takes battle damage this turn. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can add 1 Goki card from your deck to your hand. That does not banish itself, does it?
No.
That is... Wow!
I probably should have remembered to put a once per turn on that one, actually.
It's also not once per turn?!
I meant to do that.
Goki Diver is now the greatest extender ever made. I'm calling Dio.
You can't take battle damage. You can't win that turn. It's balance. It's soul charge. Like, what...
Dio,
what can
yes,
I say?
I've found the Holy Diver.
Goodness.
No, it's only 10 p.m. He's not in the Midnight Sea yet. All right. So that's bonkers. Next is...
That's on me. If I get 2 seconds, I would put a fucking once per turn on that.
This is your fault. You made Telephone again.
Telephone, but with actual Link monsters in its archetype.
Hey, that's not fair. Morphtronics are basically appliancers, and they have Link monsters, right? Right?
They should just make Telephone a fucking appliancer. He looks more like one.
He kind of does. Infinitely doing the Telephone combo was what caused Roboppy to lose their gourd. Goki Grit is an equipped spell card. Activate this card by targeting a Goki or Dino Wrestler monster in your grave that was sent there by a card effect, or to activate a card effect, special summon it and equip it with this card. When this card leaves the field, destroy that monster. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, increase your life points equal to the attack or defense of that equipped monster in the graveyard, whichever is higher. So this is just like an extender?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's pretty solid. Alrighty, well.
It's basically what it does in the show.
I like that it specifies that it had to go there either by card effect or as cost. So,
in the anime, it says, like, that was destroyed by battle. And I'm just thinking...
There's got to be more to this.
We can do better than that.
We got to get the real grit.
But I don't want it to just say, target one and revive it. Because that's a lot to give a deck with a Link one that searches a card.
Yeah, as opposed to like the 30 other ways Gokis have to do all that.
I will say, this deck currently, I have tested it, does not have a 1-card combo into its full combo.
No shot?
Yeah, no, because its Link 1 doesn't actually build at any advantage. It is a 1.5 card combo. It's just any 2 Gokis, but it is not a 1 card combo.
I feel like something's wrong. Like in the world.
Super X doesn't start literally everything. Super X is not a 1 card combo with that. You need another card in hand.
Yeah.
That point,
Super X
does work.
Super X literally needs to summon another card. I need to lay down later. Oh.
Look, I didn't want it to become prank kids.
Well, maybe it should have. Alrighty, well, these are some pretty nifty cards. Thank you again for showing those off, including, once again, I must stress, Goki matchup. This card art is the GOAT.
I can't even remember where that Dino Wrestler's from. It's like some art that the Dino Wrestlers are on.
I guess it's not the field spell, yeah, because that doesn't have any of them on there.
I think this is an anime-only card. There's on the art.
Sick. Alrighty, well, is there anything else that you want to cover with these cards, or is it time for the Nova scale?
There's like 3 decks you can build with this.
Uh-huh.
Because you can play with Vern and use Book to make them warriors for power load. And you can do them with Isolde or without Isolde. Because the Link one doesn't let you make Isolde, but you can play without the Link one technically and do Isolde stuff, but you're still going to get locked into warriors.
Fair.
So I took a lot of care to make sure this would not just become a Isolde combo.
Yeah, when are we banning Isolde? I mean, I don't want it to happen.
A friend of mine had a very heated discussion about it. About like, oh, should this be with Isolde? Should we consider Isolde? And I just like, what if I just let it play with or without?
Well, they had the option.
It plays probably differently with or without, but it plays with both.
Alrighty. And is there any other information that you want to share then?
I don't know. I made Goki. I chose Goki Diver because I'm like, oh, it's a hand trap. I kind of like that Goki has a hand trap. I like that it has Twist Cobra. It's not Twist Cobra. Stretch. Because it's really funny to just be able to search that and go, yeah, I'm just gonna hold on to this, like just in case something happens.
Just hold as a little baby. And then when I want to combo off, I'll do it infinitely. Alrighty, well, that being said, it's time for the Nova scale. Alright, so, Goki. Archetype that's already established, so we're already coming from a place of familiarity on this one. What is the twist on these cards that make them pop? What is about these that makes this not just new support, but new unique support?
I mean, it gives a lot of support to the existing cards. I think it isn't a super novel thing outside of the concept of I did it within the restrictions of if it was in an actual box.
True. You know what? We'll give it a 3 on that one. We'll give it a 3 for the little spice of the deck build pack restrictions and also doing our best to make sure that it is just its own kind of thing. With, of course, the option to go outside if we want to, but it's strong in and of itself.
Also, Goki Guts being a quick effect is really funny.
Blech. Those are the guts.
Quick effect gain 200. That's it.
All right, objectivity. Are these cards, is the problem-solving card text good? Are they balanced power-wise? I didn't see any problems with the problem-solving card text. Everything here looked very solid. So we're clear on that one. Power level of the cards. I also think that they're nice, but they're not, like, breaking the bank or anything. I think we can just give this a 5 and call it a day. I think it's just a very solid set of cards. Blitz is bringing up the infinite material of Diver, though.
Yeah, that's a fucky on my part. I forgot.
That is true. I did almost forget about that.
Chronicles as a bonus.
You know what? I'm going to put 1 in parentheses. And we'll come back to that in a second. Versatility. Does this card see play in a bunch of other decks? Well, we already know that Warriors and Earth Warriors in particular work very well with all the other Earth Warriors that exist here. I think we can give this like a 4 in versatility. Just playing like a whole bunch of stuff. Not everything, but a lot of stuff. And awesomeness. Is it awesome? Not only did you make cool new Goki support, not only did you tie them in with the Gore's additional archetype, you also had your own little restriction in there, which I thought was a really cool, like, self-imposed challenge to make all of it. I gotta give it a 5. This is really awesome. Which leaves us with the final ruling on objectivity here.
And Dino Wrestle support. They make a good point.
And Dino support. So there we go. All right, Lemon, is there a reason why I should ignore Goki Diver's sins and not give this a 1 in objectivity?
This is a long shot, but press F5.
Oh, I didn't read that once per turn clause there. Oh wow, incredible. I'm so sorry. I made a whole big deal out of nothing. Let's go ahead and give that a 5. We'll give Goki a 17 on the Nova scale. Hey, excellent series of cards here, Lemon. You've outdone yourself.
I knew it was gonna work because of fucking NR spreadsheets. Because they keep updating the deck lists. And I have to.
They keep fucking changing. And they don't tell me. All right, well,
I didn't even do my fucking impression. I've played Duel Links so much that I've learned this guy's voice, so I feel like I've got a pretty decent idea of how this deck works.
Hit me with another impression. I want to hear it.
Goki Rise Scorpio.
Rise
Scorpio's effect activates when it's sent to the graveyard.
I'm getting chills.
Goki matchup.
Oh my god! Wow.
Goki the Ogre powered attack!
We literally have the Gore with us right now. Mr. the Gore, why did you sell out?
Well, money's not so good since my show ended. Now they're doing rush duels and I don't think there's a link in that.
All right, well, this is, I guess we'll link to the Gore Fund. Keep him above water, folks. Get him some jobs. All right, Lemon, thank you so much for stopping by. I super appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel and showing us some sweet Goki cards.
Yep. I will hopefully be back next month with whatever dumb idea comes up. Probably Draco Slayer.
Yeah!
We can make a Draco Overlord Draco Slayer. It's fucking good.
Do it. I dare you.
It's gonna be awful.
Good.
All right. You have a good night. You have a good night, chat.
You too. Take it easy. Have a good one.
Gore signing off!
So awesome. I know such cool people. I'm blessed. Alrighty, well that about does it for all of us. That was another 4-hour stream. I gotta go to bed. Are you feeling okay? Oh, I'm a little drained. I gotta tell you, but it was all worth it. That concludes Custom Card Weekend. I guess keep an eye on the Discord. We're gonna change some things about it so that it may be a little more manageable on my end. But please don't think like I don't enjoy it. I just gotta look after myself because I am dead tired, and I have some work that I've got to catch up on too before the end of the night rolls around. I've got to get the first draft of the next Progression Polls episode, which should be coming out tomorrow. I'm also going to get it available for patrons / $5 and up channel members in just a few hours. But that's all I've got from me right now. Thank you all so much for stopping by. I hope all of you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed watching these customs because I sure as heck enjoyed showing them off and talking about them. Overlord Derp, thank you so much for subscribing to the YouTube channel. Let's see. what are we doing next? So Tuesday, I don't think I'm streaming here. I'm gonna be joining Mistress Doom on her stream. We're gonna be watching some of the voice actor scripted duels from across various national championships. So make sure that you go to her channel. I think she streamed on YouTube last time she streamed. I don't know if we're doing it again, so make sure to keep an eye out for both her Twitch and her YouTube. Of course, click the funny buttons on this video to help with engagement. If you haven't subscribed already, hitting that button helps grow the numbers. Helps me out a lot. Hitting the thumbs up also lets everyone know that this was a fun experience. If you could spread the word about these will be VODed and archived on the channel, so you can watch all of the goofiness here for time immemorial. Keep a lookout on the channel for some more explained videos. I don't think I have anything else. That's all of my plans right now. So, thank you all so much for stopping by. I hope that you had a good weekend. I hope that you're able to make it through the rest of the week. I know that things have been particularly rough for a lot of us recently. The way that June ended and the recent Supreme Court rulings really fucking sucked. So I don't know if I have any words of comfort, but and I can't say that I'll personally be here for you as a guy on the internet. I don't want to make those kind of parasocial things, but there are people out there who are hurting as well, but I think we can all band together and find a way through all of this. So I super appreciate you all being here for me and making it worthwhile. And I guess I'll catch all of you next time I go live or next time a video goes up. So until then, bye-bye.